can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
'They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Recording in progress.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. For those of you where it's morning, good morning. Where it's afternoon, good afternoon. And where it's evening, Good evening. Welcome to our 178th event at Healing Our Earth. And what a spectacular event it is to celebrate International Women's Day. So before we begin this wonderful session, as we always do here at Healing Our Earth, we love to start everything with a little bit of positivity. So I will be saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times, followed by one Loka Samasta Sukhina Bhavantu. You may wish to hold any affirmation, any prayer, any wish within your heart. So let's start this session with a bang and bring in lots of positivity and good wishes for everyone on our planet. So let's sit comfortably and easily. And let's close our eyes. Let us take one long, deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Let us center ourselves again with one deep, long breath in. And let's just drop everything and breathe out. Holding the intention within our heart for a bigger, brighter, better, healed, positive, peaceful world. Let us hold our affirmations or our prayers within our heart. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be healthy, happy, peaceful, blissful, joyful, and abundant. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let's take a deep, long breath in. Breathe out. And very slowly and gradually, when you feel centered, whole, and complete, you may very gently open your eyes. Welcome back to those of you who have just hopped on. Welcome back to Healing Our Heart's 178th event, spectacular event in commemoration for International Women's Day. And as we begin this session, we will be celebrating women worldwide. So to all you wonderful women out there, from our family here at Healing Our Earth, we celebrate you, we honor you, and thank you for being with us. Now, before we begin this session, I'd like to tell you about this very dynamic, wonderful young lady by the name of Alicia Jane, who will be joining us in a few seconds. Alicia is a 24-year-old psychology master's graduate and is absolutely passionate about well-being, both mentally and physically. She was born and brought up in Delhi, India, and moved to the UK where she lived for a good 8 years and developed her passion for cooking. Now, having moved back to India recently, she has dived into her roots by learning about the health benefits of using naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings to keep herself healthy and others healthy through clean and conscious eating. Alicia incorporates plants, healing herbs, spices, fasting, and intuitive eating into her programs and has helped improve the quality of her life and her loved ones around her tremendously. She also shares her experience through her social media handle, a wonderful handle, I must say, Plant Bite. And she has this excellent new project, which I'm so intrigued by, known by the Wind Song Wellness Retreat, a space where she has carefully curated wellness programs targeted towards holistic living and sustainable long-term wellness. And yes, I have to agree, wellness has to be sustainable and long-term. After healing her own autoimmune eczema through her gut cleansing eating, and of course her lifestyle habits, Alicia encourages others to also live life mindfully, eat mindfully, and she believes that the quality of life is something everyone deserves to have. You can learn more about Alicia and follow her on her Instagram handle, www.instagram.com/bite. A very warm welcome to you, Alicia.
Hello, global namaste to everybody watching. Thank you for the lovely introduction and having me on. Always a pleasure to be here.
And a very warm global namaste to you from all of us here at Healing Our Earth. And it's such a fabulous day today, isn't it? We're going to be celebrating International Women's Day.
Yes, absolutely. This is a different show for me, but I'm so excited to come on. Usually we're doing a vegan and vegetarian kitchen, but this is a fabulous show. And decided to step out of my comfort zone for this one, but I'm so happy to be talking about women empowerment today.
Absolutely. It's such a great day. You know, I was just reading that since 1911, International Women's Day has celebrated the achievements and strengths of women worldwide. And it's prompted so many creators all over the world to come up with their own International Women's Day ideas. And there's such a vast array of topics that can be covered that come under the umbrella of International Women's Day. You know, so today on International Women's Day, our whole team here at Healing Our Earth, we celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women worldwide. Of course, we still need to work hard and focus our attention on some work that still needs to be done to accelerate gender equality and many, many other aspects when it comes to women. Now, Alicia, the theme of this year's Women's Day, which falls on the 8th of March, 2023, is Embracing Equity, right? And as you can see, I'm wearing the color purple. Yeah. And embracing gender equity means giving women what they need to succeed in all facets of life, right? Socially, culturally, economically, and along the lines of the political realms. So today, I'd like to say this once again, we celebrate all you women worldwide, and let us all step out of our comfort zones and shine bright like diamonds. That's all I had to say in a small nutshell for International Women's Day in the beginning. Now, Alicia, speaking about gender equity.
Yes.
How should we define gender roles in today's modern society? What is your viewpoint on this?
So there's a lot of debate on this. And I think coming from a psychology background myself, I learned a lot about this when I was in university, you know. But I think it means different things in different parts of the world. So I think it's not as simple as giving maybe one definition or one way of looking at things. But I think gender roles have definitely changed, especially in the last century, I would say, and I would argue. But I think it also comes down to what it means to be a woman, and what it means to be a man. So, I mean, again, this is like a very subjective topic, it's not one size fits all. But I think to me, what it really means to be a woman, obviously, there's a biological aspect and, of being a woman, but also I think the word that stands out to me is strength. I think women are very strong and loving and nurturing, and we are chosen to carry life into this world and so on and so forth. And so I think naturally we have diverted to having certain roles as women over many hundreds and thousands of years because of those differences that we hold from men. And so I think it comes down to socialization, and having your environment, I think, affect different outcomes, But I
So in
think
effect,
also, sorry, I think our environment has also changed a lot,
absolutely. So what you're saying actually is that gender role expectations can also vary from culture to culture, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Very much so.
Absolutely. Yeah.
In some societies, women generally, just generally, okay, it's a very general term, I expect to dress in a typical fashion, be very feminine, light, accommodating, nurturing, etc. And men, on the other hand, are expected to be, there are expectations of men as well,
Yes, absolutely.
In all fairness, they expect to be strong, more aggressive, bolder. So, there are a lot of social, like I said, with the process of socialization and a lot of cultural norms attached to how we should and shouldn't be.
Yes.
Like I said, this is a subject of a lot of debate, but having said that, on this International Women's Day, we have to celebrate all positive aspects of women. And I may add, men too, because many a time they say behind every successful woman, behind every successful man lies a woman. But I would say also very often, behind every successful woman lies a very supporting man too.
Yes, I would agree with you there completely.
Yes.
I think also it takes both to run a well-functioning society, and I think embracing those roles, whether it be whether it be old-fashioned or modern, I think has its own benefit as well, and so I think celebrating everybody, both men and women, ultimately leads to the success of women.
Absolutely. And vice versa.
Vice versa, yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk about the psychological personalities of men and women and how it affects the developments of our societies. Many say that men and women are so much unlike each other. Some suggest they could also be from different planets. Do you remember the book by John Gray, Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus?
Yes.
And it sold millions of copies. I think it was published in the early 1990s or something. And I remember my aunt, Ila auntie, in fact, she said, you should read this book by him. It's men are from Mars and women are from Venus. So there's so many, physical differences that women and men have in size, anatomy, etc. But being a psychologist, I would like to ask you the psychological differences between the genders. This is a topic that is very controversial, right?
I think it's become controversial, but I think if you lean towards just without any judgment, just a want to understand personalities in men and women, I think you remove the controversy to an extent, just out of a state of curiosity and just trying to understand the human mind a little bit more as well, But I don't know why it's become so controversial. I think it's a positive thing to be able to understand each other and actually see our differences in a good way, because personalities depend on a lot of things. We are different, men and women are different, but I think we should also celebrate our differences. I think we're a lot more similar than we may think, men and women, but I think we should also celebrate the differences that we bring to the table, so that we can work in harmony and be a better functioning society. But personality, from a psychological perspective, honestly, is it comes down to your genes and the behaviors of your parents and your grandparents and so on and so forth. So genetically, but also through your hormones, your neurotransmitters, your anatomy. So there's the chemical, neurological side of things. But then you also have your environmental factors. So your socialization, your social learning theories, your influences, and that has an effect on your behavior and personality as well.
Absolutely. And a lot of people say also, like I said, how society, are women and men really born different? They may ask this question. Or is it society that shapes them that way?
That's interesting. I think it's a
Very
bit of a nature-nurture debate as well, Is it in your nature or have you been nurtured a certain way? This is like an ongoing debate in a lot of scientific fields. But I think I think it depends on, the stage in your life that you're in. But I would say both, I do think we have certain predispositions to certain personalities and behaviors and being a certain way. But I also think society does shape you to an extent, For example, I was a different person living in India my whole life growing up. I was also a child. And then moving to London, I, broadened my horizons. I started interacting with people who were different from me. And so I changed as a result as well, as a result of my environment. And I also I eventually became an adult in that country. So there's a lot of different factors here.
Absolutely.
But I think it is a positive thing. I think personality has really affected gender roles, just coming back to gender roles, because I think if we talk about, hundreds and thousands of years ago, how did these gender roles come about, And from what we've learned is that it depended on your circumstances, At the time, you had to fend for yourselves. And so, like, from an evolutionary perspective, and by evolution, I don't mean the evolution of human beings. I mean things like natural selection and evolving from, different situations in the world, from a simpler life to a fast-paced, city life, so to speak. Men were given the responsibility of going out and being the providers and the
breadwinners of the family.
Yeah, and the breadwinners, but the providers and protectors mainly, because naturally they are bigger, they have different hormones, they are able to think in different ways as well, as opposed to women. Women are more typically women are more creative, men are more logical,
right,
in terms of a personality, and so men found it easier to logically think about situations and break them down, whereas women are very good creatively. And that doesn't mean you can't be vice versa, but it means you're predisposed to being a certain way, And so because women are naturally creative and nurturing, they were given the roles and responsibilities of bearing children and doing the household work and raising children and raising a family,
When you speak of women and being the child bearers, it brings me to the topic of the girl child.
Yes.
And really, what is her purpose in the family,
Yeah.
Of course, they go to school. In many cultures, they go to school. in many cultures, especially in some parts of Africa, I'm from Kenya, as you know, and especially in the rural areas, there's a great expectation for them to help with housework. In Asia, many of the girl children and male children and other parts of the world, of course, work in factories. You know, this child labor is prominent in many parts of the world. Not that I favor it so much, but I think every child deserves the right to education and uplifting the lives. They, of course, they go out, they make friends. Some cultures, they're expected to care for the elder and younger family members, and this goes for both men and women, boys and girls. And, be prepared to take on responsibilities as an adult. And I would like to ask you your view, or generally the girl child, how do you view her purpose in the family?
Well, I think a lot of families see having a girl as a disadvantage in a lot of ways, and I think this goes back to the roles in society. But in some cultures, men are given the duty of working, helping out, where harder tasks are involved. Girls, I think in a lot of families, especially in collectivist cultures, in the East and things like that, they are seen as kind of another mouth to feed and, getting her married when she's older and things like that. And only to have children, whereas I think women can contribute hugely to families and society as well. And so having said that, I think it comes down to redefining, I think, the purpose of her purpose of having a girl in the family. I think because women are naturally creative and nurturing, they're also hardworking and very efficient if given the right skills and education. If the right skills and education are provided to them, they actually can be given so much purpose. I think having opportunity, it really comes down to having opportunity, and not be seen as like useless to a family, so to speak. I think when you have a boy, a lot of families here think, okay, the boy is going to grow up and take over the family business and is going to be working hard, if it's in a rural setting, working hard in the fields and things like that. But I think if women are given opportunities, they can excel and be very efficient in whatever they're doing as well. I think it comes down to education and providing the opportunities to develop new skills, just like I think the right to education is a basic human right. I think everybody deserves to have, because I think without that, it's very difficult to get involved and be, quote unquote, useful as a woman. But, if you have the right skills, you can apply them in whatever it is you're doing.
Absolutely. You know what? I couldn't agree more. In fact, some schools of thought suggest that, and I think I agree with this, not only for women and men too, but since we're talking about International Women's Day and we're focusing on the girl child, it has been said when you educate a woman, you educate an entire generation, quote unquote. See, women generally are celebrated as being more social and more inclined to help those around them because of their nurturing nature, Bringing up your daughter with the right values, giving her a good education. We parents generally worldwide can kickstart her career, kickstart her life as a change maker, generally. Women multitask, they run the house, they look after children, they work, they do everything, and if we give her the tools, with education and a strong foundation, multitasking is even stronger, and they play multiple roles, not only in the household, in society, and of course in contributing to the economy as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So
that's very important.
Very, very important.
Yeah.
And culturally, I've seen, I'm not going to name any particular culture, culturally, I've seen that there is a lot of expectation for a girl child to be groomed as the perfect daughter-in-law, the perfect mother, the perfect house carer, and yet go out and earn and contribute to the financial well-being of the family. So she's wearing all these multitude of hats, and women are doing it worldwide, and they're doing it fantabulously well.
Yeah, I think they're also the ones who are doing it are, I think, also the ones that are given the opportunity to do it,
Absolutely.
I think as long as nobody persuades you into doing one thing or the other, and it comes from the woman herself to say, this is what I choose to do. I think that's why the opportunity is there in the first place. I don't think in any field personally, and I've looked at lots of studies where certain fields, certain like employment fields are involved. You're never really going to get equal amounts of men and women in an organization. It's very difficult, but I think if the opportunity is there for women, they can be in those positions as well if they choose to. I think a lot of women also choose to bear the responsibility of bringing up their children and bringing up their families. And I don't think that should be shamed either, because if that's truly what you want to do, that's why the choice is there. I think the choice is really important,
I couldn't
so we
agree
shouldn't
more.
shame either.
Absolutely,
I think women are also been given a lot of pressure to have a career over a family these days,
yes.
That's something I kind of wanted to touch on, because I think a lot of people say you don't have to choose between a family and a career. And while that is true, you can have a blossoming career and have a family at the same time. Let's be honest, it's harder, because
It
to
is.
raise children and to have a family is no easy task, And so a lot of women are left with the choice of whether they want to take their career forward or whether they want to take, whether they want to have a family. And so it's very
And
important to provide those options for both, and do it in a way that women can obviously also go back to work post having families.
And a lot of women, as a result, because of this pressure to, work, or I don't know if it's pressure the right word, or choice to choose a career and family life, a lot of them choose both, if they can. And a lot of them choose to have nuclear families also nowadays.
Oh, yes.
That's on the increase, like just to have a nuclear family, because in my parents' days, my mom wasn't working. She had 3 children, she was looking after all of us.
Yeah.
And it's not like she wasn't working. She was working all day.
Oh, it's a full-time job.
It was a full-time job, but not working out in the workforce, but she was working at home, looking after the children, picking us up from school, taking care of the house. I used to say she was the CEO of our house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making lists, making sure we went for all our activities. There was swimming class, there was gym class, there was this, there was that. She was on the move constantly.
Yeah.
So having said that, nowadays, of course, women have the choice, work, not work, do both, how to do it, how to manage it. And as we're speaking about International Women's Day, I celebrate all these women worldwide, who do so much, It's fantastic, but I'd like to speak about women in individualistic versus collectivistic cultures.
Yes. It's a bit of a mouthful, even for me.
It is.
But that's a very good point you bring up, because women around the world have access to different things, number one, that changes their outcomes in life. But also they are wired and geared a different way. The mindset of cultures is different, I think collectivist cultures see themselves as a family unit versus individual survival almost. You're fending for yourself. You're trying to make something out of yourself, in an individualistic culture. Versus in a collectivist culture, it's always how can I do this for my family. It's collectivist for a reason, and I think that affects the outcomes massively. So both have benefits, I will say, because I think when you're looking at the family as a whole, it's that very notion that it takes a village, to raise a child and to raise a family. And if everybody pitches in together, life becomes easier, and the family bonds more and is a strong family unit. But it can also have some cons in a lot of ways if it goes too far as to say that you can't step out of this at all, to do what you want to do, versus an individualistic culture is more focused on who do I want to be, what do I want to do in this world, what is my purpose. It's about the self. And so that can have a lot of benefits, because now you don't have everybody else to think about. So you can be successful in whatever, you can be more successful in whatever you do, because you give your sole focus to that. But it can also have some cons. You may not have that structure that you crave, which a lot of people do as they get older. They want that structure, they want that family unit, because it's what brings joy and it's what brings togetherness. And so both have pros and cons, I think. But women in the two cultures look at life very differently, I feel,
So one is upstream, collective. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a tongue twister for me.
Yeah.
Collectivistic cultures, it's more about group needs.
Yes, it is.
And individualistic is, of course, individual needs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now the thing is, I think the key would be to find that perfect balance between the two.
Yeah.
Which can be a hard find, because sometimes the collectivistic cultures, they may, suppress a woman's goals to, aspire to grow bigger or be more independent, and also head out into the working world because she's expected and required, let me use the word required, to, be a certain way or contribute to that culture in a certain way. So the key is, I think, finding that perfect balance. And this is something where some cultures are still struggling with to date. It's changing.
Yes.
Things are changing, but it's 2023. And things, personally, I would love to see things change at a faster pace and see that balance come into effect. But, there's no magic wand. You just have to keep working towards it.
Yes, absolutely. I think, so like I said, I think both have pros and cons.
Mm-hmm.
I think in a lot of collectivist cultures, they are a certain way because of their environment. I think a lot of people for a long time lived their life, like as in a village, in a small village, as a family unit, and they were working towards group needs, as you said. So I think that is also very important to have, because we are social beings at the end of the day, and we thrive in social situations. We're supposed to thrive in social situations, where I think sometimes in the West, there is that lack sometimes of structure. And people find it very hard to create that structure. You have to work hard to create it, whereas in collectivist cultures, you're almost born into it.
Right.
So it's there already. I think also if families in general are provided with things they don't have to worry so much about in order to provide basic needs for them and their family, maybe they can also look at providing opportunities for their daughters and for the women in the family to do other things, and to be successful in other areas. So I think that's also quite prevalent today.
This, this is such a great topic we're talking about today, and we have so much more to discuss, Alicia. I know you're going to be hopping back on with us in a little while.
Yes.
And we're going to be talking about several things like, the rights to education for women, the role finances play in a woman's life,
Yes.
and why we should empower women to pursue what they are wired and geared to excel at, biologically and psychologically. There's so much we need to speak about and more. So I'm
Yes.
going to ask our viewers also to stay on with us.
Yes.
And as we are going to discuss this shortly, I wanted to say, Alicia, we also have someone very wonderful joining us right now from Thailand. Yeah. And she's going to be discussing the women's role as a mother. And this wonderful, empowering lady is none other than Amarjit Kaur Dua from Thailand. She's an educator and has been her whole life and is currently doing a PhD in Ayur Yoga. She's a counselor and believes in total wellness and has been practicing and guiding experiential meditation for the past 25 years. And believe you me, when you meet her, you're going to just see that serene on her face. She belongs to the Sikh school of thought, the religion, and she's a Sikh religious leader. How beautiful is that? And a speaker at religious institutes worldwide and in many continents worldwide, I may add. She has conducted youth and family programs, camps, etc. for over 25 years and has translated the very revered Japji Sahib, which I grew up listening to in my own home, from the Sikh scriptures into poetic English. How beautiful is that? She has been a speaker and representative for Inner World Peace and is a climate change activist. And she has spoken about climate change issues at the UN, the URI, and the esteemed Brahma Kumari School of Thought. She has served very well hands-on in world disasters through the United Sikhs, and as an individual, she continuously serves to educate and serve the slum children in Thailand and in India. How wonderful is that? We conduct sessions for empowering women, which is perfect for this International Women's Day, and men, may I add, all over the world, and does private counseling too. She's multi-talented, I must say. She has over 100 television programs, sessions which have been aired, and she is fluent in Thai, English, and Punjabi. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Amarjit ji. How are you?
Namaste ji. Om Shanti.
Om
I'm
Shanti,
fine.
and may I say Swadika? Is that how we say it in Thailand?
Swadika.
Swadika, yes, yes.
Swadika. And, hello, good morning or good night, wherever you are, a good day.
I know this is so wonderful that we have Healing Our Earth that reaches to a global audience worldwide, morning, afternoon, evening, and night. People are watching us all over the globe. And today we're celebrating women worldwide. What a lovely day it is today.
Thank you so much, Healing Our Earth. And this is, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to celebrate any day. And yes, why not Women's Day? And it's my pleasure and honor to be invited by Healing Our Earth. And as a representative in Thailand, I also always enjoy joining such forums where we can express ourselves, and hopefully in this expression we can be of some use and help to world peace and world betterment.
How beautiful is that? Now you are going to be telling us a little bit about the women's role as a world mother.
Yes, Nil was talking to me, and without thinking, I just said, I want to talk on women's role as world mother. So I'll talk a bit on this topic, and then we can have some interaction together. Is that all right?
Wonderful, marvelous.
Thank you so much. And once again, thank you to all the viewers, and thank you to everybody out there that's giving us an opportunity to share here. And thank you very much, Healing Our Earth. And thank you, Seema. So, why woman as world mother? First, I'd like to clarify that even though we are addressing women today as a spirit, as a soul, each and every human being has embedded in their spiritual imprint the role of being a woman. Because every soul changes roles in each lifetime. So every soul has been a woman and will be a woman, a female role at some point or another. So as spirits, we are all beyond gender. When we remember that, then we know that even though it's Women's Day today, and in this lifetime, we're talking about the physical woman, but as a spirit, we all have that feminine and female role in us anyways. And if not in this lifetime, in some lifetime or the other. I'd like to say that why I chose as a mother, it's not necessary, once again, that you have to have given birth to a child to be called a mother. When I'm talking of woman's role as world mother, I'm talking about the qualities of motherhood that are present in every woman and present in every soul. That means in every human being on earth. Okay, so we are going to celebrate that role of a mother in every human being, so that everyone celebrates Women's Day and Mother's Day, kind of. Now, it doesn't mean that a father has any less role to play or a male has any less role to play. It is highlighting the role of a mother today, being Women's Day, okay? And I would like to clear that. I'm very much for equality and equity, because we all are so unique, and as we know from history, women have been suppressed. Women have been given the space of a minority, which wasn't fair in those days, but now it's much better. And although in many households in the Indian community, and I'm an Indian, and many other countries as well, women are still treated as secondary, not as important as men. Although many times families do recognize and know that by now that having a daughter is a daughter for life, and having a son is a son only as long as he gets a wife. So it's just to say that women and daughters, as a female, we know we kind of balance that role in both sides of the family once you're married, or there's a the feminine part. And I was hearing Alicia and Seema talk, and it was a lot of things and topics were touched upon, which I will not touch since we already spoke all that. And yes, I would like to emphasize that it doesn't matter what we have had in the past and what has happened to us, because you become stronger from every challenge you face in life. And today, women are much stronger because of all the challenges we had to face in life. And that is, again, the woman in every soul, okay? So today we are living in a modern era, and women are working, and yet the role of a creator, of passing on generations, of having children still falls on the shoulders of a woman. So we are the mothers, and that's why I said mothers, because we are responsible for generations to come. in the fact of having the body that gives birth to the future generations, as well as the nurturing of each human life as it comes on earth. That's the ability of a mother, of a woman. So, when we are creating and nurturing a child, and I happen to have 3 children and 2 beautiful grandchildren. And you see, now I say beautiful grandchildren because even though the grandchildren are not born from my womb, trust me, I feel grander as a grandmother than as a mother. So that all goes to show that the motherhood in you is beyond your own womb. And I'm telling you that as a mother from experience. Guru Nanak said very beautifully, and I want to quote him, "So kyo manda aakhe jit jamme rajan." And that whole verse is beautiful because he talks that why in those days, up to about 550 years ago, when women were looked down upon, he was one of the first ones to raise his voice for women, especially saying that how can a woman be bad when from her womb a king is born? When from her womb every human being is born? When from her womb a man seeks friendship, a man seeks a companion. And when one passes away, he seeks it in another one. So a woman's role is shoulder to shoulder with a man. And like Guru Nanak said, she's the mother of a king. She's the mother of every human being on earth. So, when we understand that, then we can see that as a mother, as a woman, you have many children. Supposing I have 3 children, and each child is so different. And I'm telling you this, each child is so different. So in the picture of the world, we all as human beings are also different. And the mother loves each child, no matter what their differences. Each child is unique with beautiful qualities. And yet there will be some that listens to you more, that is so, kind or generous. And there might be another child that is more angry and gets upset more easily, or doesn't respect you as a mother as much. But yet, the heart of a woman, you still love them all equally. And that's where equity comes in, because despite differences and despite the uniqueness of each, and despite any imbalances, a woman has the ability to adjust and create that balance and create that unity and create that fairness and justice. So as a mother, I have 3 children, and one might be very soft and sweet and always wanting to help me. And of course, then you feel like being around her. But does that make me love the others less? No. So as a woman of the world, as a world now, let's look at this character of motherhood as a soul, as a spiritual being in the world. We each can help create that fairness and justice and love everyone. And again, I'd say, ikonkar, right? Ik, the first word and alphabet of the 6 scriptures, ik, that Guru Nanak said, shows us all as one world family with one divine God. So as spiritual beings, we are siblings. We are all equal. We are all siblings, and I'm not using brothers and sisters, siblings, because the soul is beyond gender. So when we have that in mind, then our love and our care for each soul will be so beautiful and so amazing. And of course, we'll be fair and we'll be just, and equality and harmony and unity is a byproduct of the understanding that we all belong to the same supreme being, supreme soul. Despite our genders, despite our religions, despite our cultures, despite any boundaries that we have created, including nationalities and so many other boundaries, surnames and whatnot. As a spirit, and that's why I'm coming as a spiritual guide, as a universal spiritual guide, and as a spiritual practitioner. And mark you, I do fail very often in life, but at least I'm on that journey and on that path of understanding and of doing my best to fulfill that role of a spiritual mother, of a spiritual being. And we appreciate the role of a spiritual mother, especially in Hinduism. And I won't say Hinduism, in the earliest thousands of years ago, when we talk about all the Devis, and most Devis are worshipped like Lakshmi Ma and all these spiritual mothers and goddesses that we have, whether it's Greek mythology or it's Indian mythology, those goddesses, that's the world mother role we're talking about here. The divinity in each of us, because when we say Lakshmi, we're not only referring to that goddess Lakshmi, but we're referring to the goddess Lakshmi in each and every soul present on earth. So when we are referring to goddess Gayatri or any of these beautiful goddesses, we are referring to those qualities embedded within each of our souls that we have to ignite and bring out. And that's why I chose the topic of world mother, because these deities, these goddesses, they are world mothers, and those qualities are in each and every soul, because we all play that role, and we are from that role. That past is coming into the present, and the present is going to go into the future. Time is cyclic. We are going to go back to that era of heavenly goodness. It's coming around there. We can feel the change. We can see the progress of science. We can see on the one hand, we can see the deterioration of the earth, and on the other hand, we can see the heights of science. So we are all rising. And what each one of us can do as a world mother, what can we do now that we've understood the role, we've understood the characteristics, and we've understood the spiritual being and the equality and the equity and the harmony and unity we want to bring in the world? What can we do? Very simple. Thoughts, The Secret, the book, The Secret, and we hear The Secret is our thoughts. So when we have positive thoughts, and we have thoughts of justice and fairness, and we have thoughts of each and every human being is part of me, my sibling, so then we send out that energy. And imagine if every soul sends out that positive energy out there. Definitely there'll be world peace. Definitely there'll be equality and equity, right? So we just, from our homes, anytime when we meet anyone in our lives, each individual, because world transformation is possible only with individual transformation of the self-transformation. So each one of us, when we fail, if we fail every night to check and change, we can change that. We can just talk to the divine and feel that and know that, oh, I failed today to fulfill my role as a world mother, to fulfill my role as a positive being on earth. So I give that weakness to the divine, and I change, I make a shift, and I change, and I take on that power, and I spread that love and light immediately. You thought it, it has happened. If you didn't think it, it hasn't happened. So you need to think it and change that negative thought and make it positive. And if we don't awaken in every moment of every day when we're interacting with people, that's fine. At least at night before we sleep, we can check and change and create that shift. So before you go to sleep every night, it's very important to check and change. And if you do that every day, and then you wake up with a clean slate because you have cleared any negativity, and all these negativities is what is creating issues in the world. So Women's Day is being celebrated to bring out that motherly quality in everyone, that godly goddess quality in everyone, and that checking that we try at least to be that. Whether we succeed or not, at least every night we're checking and we're changing, and self-transformation is going to help in world transformation. And then we can say Happy Women's Day. It's not only about women's rights. by God's grace, there's, in the cycle of time when you see all the spiritual leaders of the world, all the religious leaders were all male, because that was the injustice that was happening in the world at that time. So it was natural that a religious leader couldn't be a female, because nobody would listen to them, because the world was like that, corrupt. And now we're heading into the era of change, with prime ministers being females, and even the spiritual university of the Brahma Kumaris, and I love that. It's Brahma Kumaris, it's not Brahma Kumar. Why? Because it's the mother in every home, the female. The Kumari here actually means the female in every home is going to be the cause for change in this lifetime, because we have it in our hearts, we have it in our minds, and we have it in our soul system, in our soul memory, to be the goddess and to enlighten our lives. As we worship, so shall we be. So let's bring on all those extra amazing qualities and make the world a happy place by being a world mother. Thank you. I hope I touched on and touched your heart with being a world mother. Everyone, whether you're in the male body or the female body. Om Shanti. Thank you. Seema?
That was wonderful. That was so powerful and beautiful, and, celebrating each woman as a world mother. What a lovely, lovely way to celebrate a woman, There's so much we can talk about women, ongoing. And this brings me to the great poet who I celebrate, and memorist and civil rights activist, Maya Angelou. She said, "I am grateful to be a woman. I must have done something very great in another life." And as we celebrate International Women's Day, Amarjit Ji and I and our whole team of women and men, of course, here at Healing Our Earth, celebrate all you women worldwide. And we must have gratitude for all the women, because they must have done something very wonderful in another life. She also said something very powerful, which I'd like to share. And this goes for all the younger women out there. Again, Maya Angelou, who I celebrate. I love to see a young girl go out and grab the world by the labels. A wise woman wishes to be no one's enemy. A wise woman refuses to be anyone's victim. And there's another saying, that behind every strong woman is a tribe of women that stand behind her. And this is something a lot of you must have seen worldwide. There's a lot of, sisterhood communities taking birth, a lot of support for women, women's empowerment groups, women's networking groups, women in business groups. Now I'm a GT. Like you, I myself am from Asia. I lived in Hong Kong. And in the past 5 years before leaving Hong Kong, what I saw birthing very strongly was these women's group of women supporting women, women in business, women in literacy, women in tech. There's been so much support for women, and you spoke about women as a mother. Yeah. What made you choose to speak so powerfully about that? That's what intrigues me.
Like, if you hear what I said, was the nurturing quality of a mother. You see, when we say Eka Mai Jugat Vyai Tin Chele Parvan, we're talking about the creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer. Destroyer as in change, not as in destruction like that, but the creator and sustainer. If you look, The mother's role is of the creator and sustainer. So the nurturer. Just now when you said women, empowering women, and I do a lot of social services and community service. And whenever I see poor children who are suffering, my heart goes out. That's the heart of a mother. And every male and every human being that has that heart to feel for someone, that's the woman in them. Because like I said, every soul has gone through different births. And what you said about, yes, being grateful that you got the birth of a female, yes, because it doesn't mean that you're blessed in this lifetime to be in the role of a female, and everybody seeks the role, every soul seeks the role of a female, because we in scriptures address the souls as female and address God as male. He's the only male, we are all females,
Right.
So the feminine role play is a very, very significant and important one in the world. And that's why the female is the creator, the one that gives birth, and the nurturer. And keeping that in mind, I was thinking of the celebration of Women's Day. And that is in every soul. It's just that we, with a female body in this lifetime, have got that opportunity to express it more. But it's embedded in every soul, because every single soul on earth has played a role as a female.
I couldn't agree more with you. And every single soul on this earth who's female has played the role of a mother.
Exactly.
In many ways, most souls, let's say, in all fairness,
Definitely, because the creator role is very important. And that it doesn't matter whether you've had children, because the world mother, in the Brahma Kumaris, there's one lady we call Mama. She wasn't married. She didn't have biological children of her own. Look at Mother Teresa.
Yes.
She's called Mother. So you don't have to have the, in many of the Sikh matas, we call the word Mata and Jagadamba. When we talk, it's world mother. It's not about children from your own womb, but about the fact that you can nurture children all over the world. And this woman in the Brahma Kumaris, who we call Mama, and she's like the spiritual head as well, she was unmarried and she came at the age of 14, but she gave her whole life for the upliftment of women, and every soul was her child. And so that she's our role model there, So we all have that, again, I say that motherly role in us, whether we are married or unmarried, whether we've physically given birth to a child or not. Anybody walking on the street, if you see a child, anybody's heart will go out to pick up the child that has been left. Even forget about a human child. Even you see dogs, animals, puppies, you just have your heart out to help. Nobody wants to see anyone suffering, and you feel your heart goes out to help. And you can only do so much because you're limited by funds, or you're limited by your area, your space, but your heart goes out for sure. And that heart that goes out is the feminine side of every soul. The motherly feeling.
The motherly feeling and that nurturing feeling. That, that I can't help but care.
That completes the woman. Without that motherly role, a woman is not a woman. Without that nurturing and creative role, a woman is maybe just a workforce, or just is incomplete. Without, when I hear the word woman, the first word that comes to my mind is mother. So I chose the role. And Neil was like, "You sure that fits?" And I was like, "Yes," because there's no woman who is not a mother. And there's no woman's role that is complete without first understanding that you are the creator and the nurturer of yourself, of your family, and the entire human race.
Absolutely. And, that's why I quote Maya Angelou, who I love so much. And she said, the late Maya Angelou, she was an activist and a poet, "A wise woman wishes to be no one's enemy, and a wise woman wishes to be not anyone's victim either." Right? And it's because women are born with that innate quality to nurture,
Mhm.
to look after,
Mhm. Yes.
and to uplift,
Yes.
and to be a symbol of strength. And you spoke very strongly about these different wonderful schools of thought that we have in the world. We have Sikhism, and we have Hinduism, and we have Christianity, and we celebrate all these lovely schools of thought that bring us all together as a one world family. With Mother Mary,
Mm.
the Teresa, Jagdamba, or Amba. And of course, Sikhism also speaks of the Devi as well. And I think on this Women's Day coming up on the 8th of March, and I say this again, we at Healing Our Earth celebrate each and every one of you as a woman. Women are change makers. Women are mothers. I said earlier, you educate a woman, you educate an entire generation. You empower a woman, you empower an entire generation. You uplift women, you're uplifting future generations. Yeah.
True.
It is such a wonderful day where we celebrate everyone as a woman.
Yeah. As you speak, there are two things that came to my mind, and I
Yes.
just want to know. One is that in the middle name for every Sikh woman is Kaur.
Kaur, exactly.
Guru Gobind Singh gave that because Kaur means princess. You are the princess of every human being. You're the princess out there. And the other thing that came to my mind was healing our earth. Earth is always known as Mother Earth. So when you want to, even for healing our earth, the very name of this organization is Healing the Mothers, because Mother Earth, our
Mother
earth,
Earth, yes, absolutely.
Tarat Mehet, in Guru Nanak referred to the Mother Earth as well. That Tarat Mata, yeah. And we all know, we all call Mother Earth, right? So when we're healing our earth, it's not just land, but it's the entire earth, our whole universe, our whole space, where the whole area where we reside to play our role, our spiritual roles as human beings is on the realm earth. And that earth is also referred to as the mother.
As you speak of the mother has that willingness to listen, the patience to understand, the strength, the innate inner strength to support, the big, huge heart to care, and to just unconditionally be there. That is the beauty of a woman. Amajit, it's such a wonderful conversation with you all the way from Thailand, and you've been up so late at night. What is the time over there?
It's past 10 p.m. I'm a meditator, so I get up early. So
yes, you must do.
10 p.m. is a bit late because I like to end my day with some spiritual meditation again before I go to sleep and get ready for. And I have to do my spiritual checking every day. That's what I said we should do. And so, yeah.
But I'd like to say on this Women's Day, I celebrate you as a woman. We celebrate you as a woman and our family at Healing Our Earth. And on behalf of everyone and our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, and our whole team, we'd like to celebrate you today. And we thank you for your great, beautiful session as always. And do stay on board with us if you're not too sleepy and you'd like to, keep on our session. Please stay on board with us. What a beautiful topic. We celebrate all women and we celebrate all mothers. Thank you so much. A very warm global namaste to you. And thank you for joining us today.
To all of you, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm humbled and I'm honored. You will always be given a chance, and I think it's God's grace, and I thank God for giving me the opportunity to always share His blessings and His knowledge with everyone, because whatever I've spoken is not mine. It's something that I have gained insight from from him, and on my spiritual path. And so that's why always my messages are always as a spiritual being rather than as a human being. And so I thank you all for giving this opportunity and for allowing me to serve humanity. Without you all giving that opportunity, even I wouldn't be able to serve. So thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Healing Our Earth. Healing Our Earth, and thank you, all the women out there. Happy Women's Day to every soul on earth. Om Shanti.
Stay blessed. Thank you. What a wonderful session. Wow, such powerful words by Amarjit, Ji, celebrating women as mothers, the world of a mother. How wonderful is that? And as we speak of Women's Day, those of you who are watching us, if you have any questions, any insight, any input, please put it into our chat box. We look forward to hearing from you. And as I said earlier on, continuing our conversation with this dynamic, young, bubbly girl, Alicia Jain. Alicia, welcome back. Wasn't that a fabulous session with Amarjit Ji?
Amazing. Yes. I think we all learned so much from that. And I think it was an important reminder as well to embrace what being a woman really means, So I also want to thank you, Amarjit. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful talk.
Exactly. Now, we spoke earlier on about women in individualistic and collectivistic cultures.
Yes.
And we have so much to speak about today. It's such a great day where we celebrate, honor every single woman in every facet of her life. Let's talk about this very important topic, the right to opportunity, the right to education.
Yes, I think we touched on this earlier slightly as well.
We did.
I think only with opportunity can we really create change, and can we create a purpose for ourselves as well as, a family structure. So I say that to say that I think in this world, you give and you take. And so when life gives you an opportunity and the skills to learn something and for development, you're going to give back in a way eventually from that, and so it's really important, in my opinion, to have opportunity, that equal opportunity for men and women. When I say that, I don't mean that we have to be equal as men and women in everything that we do. There will be differences between us, as we know, not only physically, but also emotionally and mentally and psychologically. There are differences, but also socially, there are differences between us as well. So using that and your nature and your and what society has given you with the education and with the skills and the opportunities, you can give back in a way that's beneficial to society and your family and yourself.
I couldn't agree more. And you know what? This brings me to education. Education has to be inclusive for all.
Yes, definitely. I think a lot of people also, I think coming back to the girl child, in a lot of countries, there is this view that the women should not be educated in families, and as controversial as it is, it's a real issue, especially in places like India and places like Pakistan and African countries.
For me, I have to say this is a tragedy. And it's a denial of rights on a massive scale in many countries, and gender disparity has to be eliminated, especially in the primary and secondary education sectors in many countries worldwide. Yes. This is a topic we've been talking about for years, and people have been, activists have been acting against this for years. There are more girls, of course, in education. There are more girls in the classroom, but there are millions of girls in many cultures and many countries that face discrimination. They face violence, they face exploitation, neglect, abuse, and so many avenues. And this is heartbreaking. I said it's 2023. The world has to change. Education will play a huge role in empowering and equipping girls, to have the same lifestyles and chances as boys or males. But discrimination against girls continues, and it actually limits them from entering the school, the medium of school, the medium of learning, fundamental skills, and exploring post-primary education in many cultures. And this is, I'm sorry, in my bluntest words, I'll say, this is not on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you. I think education.
I may be coming across a bit strongly, but education is everyone's birthright.
Yeah, even for young boys, I think, even for young boys who are educated early on and, things like that, and who are enrolled, I think educated boys also make very good leaders and support systems to women as well in their families and the women that they end up with later in life.
Absolutely. When I speak of education, I say education is every child's, male or female's birthright. Everyone has the right to education. Everyone has the right to uplift their life. The girl child, for example, should not be defined by being just domestic, to be at home, to run their reproductive role in the family itself, to be economically dependent on men, not being able to, participate in the public sector or the public spheres, and, she has to be able to do so much more and is capable of doing so much more. And this is something we have to, encourage more and more, and there are a lot of organizations who are working towards this worldwide. Now, I want to touch on the topic of India. We speak about India and rural India and the role of women in some parts of rural India. And this has changed drastically over the years. There's still, on one hand, there is a small sector of people who, speak about the girl child and they don't want a girl child. Right? And then there's another sector of people who have a female child and they want to empower her and educate her and uplift her. And if you look at the role of women in modern India, in the cities, almost my observation is that women are working, women are running businesses, women are independent, women are wearing so many hats. Now you've moved back from the UK.
Yes.
What are the observations you've seen in India?
That's a good question. I think over here, there are more defined gender roles, if you will, whereas in the UK, I found that there was more diversity in different roles. Whether the education field that I was working in, whether that be in university where I was studying, whether that be, in shops or restaurants or, any roles like that. But having said that, I will say that there were more men in certain male-dominated roles and more women in female-dominated roles. But I think this comes back to our nature as men and women and our personalities. For example, men are more likely to work longer hours. They're more likely to work dangerous jobs. They're more likely to relocate. They're more likely to, work maybe night shifts and things like that. Whereas women and so the men were doing a lot of the construction work, or they were in engineering fields, or they were, in those types of roles. Whereas you would see more female nurses in hospitals, you would see more, I mean, if you go to a care home, like an elderly care home, I think predominantly women working, honestly, you know. I think, again, it comes down to our nature. I think women are willing to work in those fields because maybe we have more of an understanding, more of an empathy towards, again, that role of the mother, going back to that role of the mother. I think there's a bit of mother in all of us, whether we're mothers or not. And so we have this ability to care and provide nurturing for those in need, you know. And so therefore women generally gravitate to those roles more, and men gravitate to the other roles more because they're more available for them, and they do well in them. Let's also say that, they do well in those situations. So as much as, there are a lot of, I feel like the UK specifically, where when I was there were a lot more initiatives taken by organizations and governments to equal out the playing field, if you will, like more incentives for women to join the work force, or different identity groups, so to speak, whether that be people of color, whether that be people in other communities. So there were those types of incentives where certain positions were given out, to people. And I think I don't necessarily agree with equal outcome, whereas I think equal opportunity should be provided, but I don't think we should strive towards equal outcome, because I think what you do with that is you try and manipulate a society that's very on an even playing field, and that may hold a disadvantage, I think, later on when you're trying to find success outcomes in certain situations. For example, in a lot of Scandinavian countries, they have kind of made the most progress, if you will, towards becoming a more equal society, and so they are encouraging young women to, from an early age, girls in school to do, to take up engineering and to take up economics, and they're trying to encourage the young boys to take up humanities and things like that. And they've given inclusion criteria for certain jobs. I mean, they've done a lot in terms of trying to build an equal society for genders. What they have found, and a study came out in 2015, I believe, was that Scandinavian countries, including the likes of Sweden, Norway, and a few other countries, they had made the most progress in terms of equal opportunity. But as doing that over those years, the differences between men and women actually grew further. That men were trying out certain fields that are mainly dominated by women, and vice versa, but they were finding that they weren't geared to those roles, and they were wanting to switch, and they were wanting to go back to things that would fit their nature, and so I don't necessarily agree with manipulating outcomes to fit inclusion criterias. I think I would agree that provide the opportunity, and I think it's up to the individual whether they want to be in that role or not. So I think that one study that I came across was very interesting. There are a few actually, but that was very interesting, that there are, maybe certain gender roles for a reason. And yes, you have, people that are outliers, in these settings, that say, no, I'm a woman, but actually my interests are engineering or economics or running a business and being a CEO of a company. And maybe I'm a woman that does put everything else aside, and I'm very career driven and very career focused. That should be a choice. Not all women are geared towards something like that, but there are women out there that feel that way. And I think if that is your goal, then you should be able to go for that. And equally with men, I think a lot of men, are turning around and saying, well, we want to spend more time with the kids at home, and so we don't want to necessarily strive to be so successful in the workplace, because now what are we compromising? We're compromising family time, important time at home with the kids. So there are a lot of stay-at-home dads as well now,
Yeah, there's maternity leave for dads as well in some
Yeah.
countries. It's amazing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important as well because you want two parents to be able to be there for a child's development. I think, it's really important to have both parents at home. You know, so it's great. I think the companies are doing that.
There are many companies, overseas and other countries doing that, and I'm embracing this, which
Yeah.
I think is superb. How about the role of women, the role finances play in a woman's life? Now,
Yeah. I think, sorry, carry on.
sorry, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that increasing women's access to the use of financial services has had huge economical and societal benefits. Now, I'm from Kenya, and I remember reading somewhere that the woman merchant in Kenya who opened just a basic bank account, in Kenya a couple of years ago, she would invest more in her business. Then another study said that the female-headed households in Nepal, the women who, opened up a savings account, invested more in her education. I know it's so interesting to see how the world is changing, on so many avenues. So tell me more about how you view, the role of finances and what it plays in the lives of women.
Yeah. Well, I think these are very smart women, clearly, who are thinking of long-term outcomes as opposed to what would bring them that momentary pleasure in a very short space of time, whereas they're investing in their long-term growth and their development and their way of life eventually, to put money into your education, to say that I want to be qualified, and therefore it opens up different opportunities for me later on in life. These are women that are thinking long term, because I think also, all said and done, for a long time in many parts of the world, whether it be individualistic, collectivist cultures, whether it be East, West, anywhere, I think a lot of women were bound in to certain situations where they couldn't get out because they didn't have the finances to support them, and that could be true for men as well in some situations. So I think, like, for example, let's say if you're in an abusive marriage or relationship, or you do things out of your will, it could be many things, a lot of reasons why women don't leave those relationships and may feel like they have made a mistake. I think many factors are involved here. I think a lot of the in-laws and their own parents may give pressure, but I think also ultimately what it comes down to is the fact that they can't support themselves. It's okay. It's like, okay, if I leave now, where do I go? What am I going to do? Where am I going to live? And if you have kids involved, then it's going to be very difficult and very tricky. So I think having finances as a woman, I think it's great to have joint finances as well as a family. But I think as individuals, and I think this is where maybe individualistic cultures have the edge in this particular situation, is that when you have means of your own, you are able to choose your situation, whereas maybe before you didn't have a choice. Now you're able to make that choice. You have that opportunity of going elsewhere and starting afresh. There's no shame in that either.
No.
So I think finances are very important.
Absolutely. And women must be taught worldwide and to budget, to prioritize, to save for it, their retirement, to be more financially literate.
Yes.
Take themselves against certain situations, contribute towards the family. So, and also have the right to receive financial education.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So why do you think we should empower women to pursue what they are wired and geared to excel in, both biologically and psychologically, Alicia?
I love this question because I think they will excel at it, and you're looking at long-term outcomes. When you do something you like doing, You're not in a state of stress every day necessarily. And you're not in a state of, oh my God, I have to wake up and go and do my job. Whereas if you're doing something that you find pleasure in, and you find that solace in a little bit. Now, not everybody has those options. People just take opportunities that are in front of them. But I think the reason why men and women go for different roles is because they excel at them and then they stay in those roles longer as well, So as much as we want to celebrate the differences between men and women and also embrace equality, I think we should also look at long-term outcomes that are beneficial for men and women, to say you're less likely to leave this job later on if it's something that you excel at and are really good at, and also that you enjoy to some extent, Actually, this is very interesting. I did for my own dissertation, my final project during my master's, I studied occupational and business psychology for my master's. And my dissertation was exactly on this subject. I actually studied whether there was a correlation between life satisfaction, work satisfaction, and discrimination in the workplace. And I found through my study that there was a significant difference. There was a significant association between liking what you do and being happy and healthy in your life, in your personal everyday life, And I think that may seem obvious, but it's always good when you have, some evidence to back up what you're saying, scientifically. But also I found that men and women both face discrimination in the workplace. It's not just women. I found that through my study. A lot of men reported having high counts of discrimination as well. Women also reported that. That was actually less of a predictor for your life satisfaction, meaning even if you were discriminated at work, yes, it would affect you to some degree, but people are less likely to be dissatisfied in life, in their personal life, because they go home at the end of the day and they are generally happier. Whereas if you don't like what you do, that's not a means to be discriminatory, by the way. But I think liking what you do and doing what you're geared to do, depending on your personality, depending on your, your own traits, that will determine your outcome in your personal life a lot more. That's something that I found in my study. So
I'm so totally on the same page. I also feel that it's very important to follow your passion.
Yeah.
And your calling,
Yeah.
Because you will excel, because you're doing what you enjoy, you do what you like. So it's going to give you satisfaction. It's going to give you the motivation to do more.
Yes.
And
definitely.
give it your 100%.
Yeah.
Because you're doing what you like. This is so powerful. Now, we talk about women's empowerment, we talk about education for the girl child, we talk about equal opportunities, we talk about gender equity, etc. Why? And this coming to International Women's Day, we always talk about the importance of empowering a woman in society. Why is it so important for women to be empowered in society? This is the question I have. Why? Why does this topic keep coming up year after year? Yes, it's essential to the health and social development of families, countries, communities, and societies. Women must live safe, productive, fulfilled lives. Yeah. So I'd like you to add more along these lines. Why is it so important? I'd love to hear your views, Alicia.
Well, I think you nailed it. Honestly, I think that it just improves quality of life for everybody involved. And also it strengthens you as a family unit, as a society, as an individual. And also, I think it's safe to say that injustice and doing something harmful to anybody is wrong, in my opinion. So I think a lot of women need to be empowered, every day, every year, this comes up as a topic. I think men also need to be empowered to be men,
Yes.
and to take responsibility in the things that they're doing, just as women are. I think it's important for so many reasons. It's a bit of a, I can think of so many things, with a question like that. I think maybe, I think a lot of women are in positions that they just don't, they don't have another way, a lot of women are still in terrible situations. And so if we empower the ones who are listening, at least we can change the mindsets of those around them, and for them to change their behavior and pass that on. I think when you go through a period of healing, you're healing other people around you as well.
And then they can reach their full potential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as mothers also, when women are empowered, Amarjit spoke about the mother in the woman. But those women who are mothers, when they're empowered, they can raise happier, healthier children. Because they are happily, they're psychologically empowered, So emotionally, they're more in control, they're motivated, and they can actually recognize, their inner self, their true worth, who they are and what they're capable of. And a lot of, sometimes, all these qualities are there within a person, but they just need to be told that they're there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a topic we can talk about for
Yes.
for ages, and it's so wonderful, speaking about women empowerment, defining it in several ways. There's so many viewpoints, and I think this session today is going to be very interesting. Now, speaking of empowered women, Alisha, don't go away. Please stay on board with us, because we have a very empowering, wonderful, dynamic lady joining us just now. Do you want to say something? Is there something you wanted to say?
Sorry, there's just one last thing I wanted to say before, we bring the other lovely ladies on. I just wanted to say that wherever you are, try and give a little bit of your time to volunteering and helping out women in situations that need it. It can be 1 hour of your week, it can be once a week. And, if you have more time, the more the merrier, I think. So I just wanted to list out a few organizations that people can get involved in India. So there is ActionAid, there's Guria India, there's Prerna, and then those are the ones that I picked on this list because I think they do some of the most fantastic work for abuse, legal help for women, women who are incarcerated, providing education and skill-based learning, and for also human trafficking. So they help girls in those situations. Two organizations that I've been involved with, and one very recently I've been involved with. One is India Vision Foundation. They help women in all types of situations. And they help, and as well as Youth Reach, which is an organization I very, very recently got involved with, teaching kids football, to give them an extracurricular activity. And a lot of girls are joining in those sessions as well. That opportunity for them to play as well and do something that they enjoy doing, it's essential for their development. And so for those reasons, I would suggest, try and seek out organizations wherever you are, either donate to them because they always need the means, but also provide your services where you can and maybe give 1 hour a week to them. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. But thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Alisha. That's so powerful. And thank you for listing out all these organizations, and continue all the good work you're doing.
Thank you.
So much. And do stay on board with us if you can. Yes. And we look forward to seeing you at several other of our Healing Hour sessions, especially the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. And today's session was very powerful. Fantastic conversation. Thank you so much. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste.
We're going to be inviting our senior host now, Dr. Hani Kalaria, and a very, very empowering lady. and a mind, body, soul coach, an award-winning creative dance expert. Honey has over 35 years of experience in the field of arts, culture, and entertainment. Today, she's going to share her very secret technique. And these are techniques on how to shift your mindset in less than an hour. Now, this is very, very interesting. Shifting your mindset in less than an hour. She says you will learn how to skyrocket your success, achieve happiness, and build inner resilience to a different level. In this session, you will receive an overview on how to invest in your own personal growth, gain wealth that no money can ever buy. I love that. Gaining wealth that no money can ever buy, and learn how to radiate positive vibrations that will help you in every area of your life. And trust me, I've met Honey personally, and she radiates such positive energy. And this in turn will contribute to a raised level of consciousness and humanity. Today we will learn easy to follow methods to live life fully, whatever challenges life throws at us. Now look, life is always throwing something or the other at us. So we have to learn how to embrace those challenges. Fantastic. And for more information on this powerful, beautiful, and dynamic lady, please log on to www.honeykalariaofficial.com. And a very, very, very warm global namaste to you, Honey. How are you?
Oh my God, what a lovely introduction, dear Seema-ji. Thank you very much for the lovely introduction. And also, whilst we have Alicia here, just wanted to say congratulations. What a wonderful tip she finished off with. And I think that I definitely resonate with that. I think every single person in the world should even donate even an hour a month or something to do something good for others. And can you imagine, with almost 8 billion people around the world, that's 8 billion extra hours of doing good work for others. And whether you have the money or not, I always say it's also about giving your time. It could be about doing a prayer for the world. It doesn't have to be sometimes going action, like physical action, just in case you feel like something you cannot do. So I think this is really amazing. You could always send a message to others. You could write letters to MPs. You could do other things which are also considered as volunteering. So Alicia, well done. Congratulations for that really good tip that you've passed on. And I believe that women tend to be, I don't know, I shouldn't really typecast this and stereotype this, but women tend to be more nurturing and, they seem to be more compassionate. I find that when you have these board members, when you have more women in the team, you find that they bring out other angles of how to conduct business as well, where you have more ethical and compassionate values that you incorporate in your work rather than challenging and competitive. So in many ways, whilst we're talking about women and volunteering work, I think all of that, perfect, Alicia. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much. Honey, great to see you again.
Absolutely, as always. I was looking forward to a little recipe from you. I love this recipe. I have my little book all written with my little pen. What's the next recipe?
Thank you.
And Alicia, we celebrate you.
And
Honey, we celebrate you too.
Yeah, we shall all celebrate each other, dear Seema-ji.
and like I always say this over and over again, Art Healing Earth. We have such a lovely community where we reach out to people worldwide and we make life a celebration.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think life is a celebration anyway. You should always remember. Just yesterday, I was watching a movie. Gosh, I can't even remember the name of the movie. Can you imagine that? Is that something to do with the Western side frontiers? You're not quiet. Or it's a new movie. It's got 9 Oscars or so. I was more interested in the movie than the title. But it was all about the World War, that took place with Germany and other parts of the world, where millions of soldiers passed away, unfortunately. And I was just watching this. you know, when you see the kind of tough life people have to go through to, you know, the sacrifice that takes place, the tough work that people have to go through to protect countries and unnecessary wars, etc., and people just needless lives that have to, you lose, these needlessly, you lose these lives. So it's sometimes good to celebrate life because we actually have a gift of life. We have choices, we have options, we have opportunities, we've got friends, we've got family, we've got work, we've got healing our earth, we've got so many things to celebrate and be, grateful for in life. There are people who do not have this kind of a life, so we should always celebrate everything we have, however little or much we have. And that was a secret, Seemaji. I think you're very much like this, actually. There was a secret that I found. Everything you do, you just be grateful for. That's it. You just be grateful for everything, however little. So, for example, if your mum makes a cup of tea in the morning, thank you, mum, and thank you, God, for giving me such a wonderful mum. If you're going into the garden and you see the trees, oh, thank you, dear universe, for gifting us with this beautiful tree so I can have fresh air. Everything that you find, whether you've got a job, like just a job which may be a simple job. Thank you, dear God, for gifting me for this wonderful job. So everything you do, you'd be grateful for. So for me at the moment, I'm saying, thank you, dear God. I'm so grateful to know Alicia and to know Seemaji for being such amazing women, inspiring and encouraging and supportive and nurturing. So I'm very proud to know people like yourself on Healing Our Earth. So does it look like I'm meant to be doing a talk, or is it Alicia?
I think, honey, what you just said about being grateful, and when we thank each other, we speak of behind every successful woman, there's a saying, there's a tribe of women who have her back.
Ah, that's lovely, isn't it? Supporting each other.
This is the beauty we have here at Healing Our Earth, that we're all there for each other,
Yes, absolutely.
And there's a lot of support in this community, and it's not only women for women, it's for everybody,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I think everybody, our founder and director and you and everybody has structured it in such a beautiful way that people actually look forward to coming on board for our events. I have so many people asking me, are you doing something this Sunday? What's your topic? What time? Can you send me the Zoom link? And many of them, I spoke to them about women's empowerment, and they said, oh, wow, that's going to be amazing. And honey, while we speak of women's empowerment and everything, you may want to, if it's possible now, perhaps later mention our future events as well. We have some
Would you like to go ahead, Seemaji, to share all our wonderful future events that we have coming up?
Oh, well, okay, yes, we have one coming up next week, which I really want to talk to you about. And that is something so down your alley, and we're talking about self-care. And before we pull everything up on the screen, honey, I know you're very big on self-care.
Yes, I believe it's important for self-care. I really do. Would you like me to share these future events for you?
Yes, please.
Yes?
Can you do that? Because
so I can do that.
So we have, Healthy Women, Happy Women communities on Sunday, the 12th of March, right?
Yes, we've got, of course, our 5th of March that we are having taking place right now. We've got, like you mentioned, the women's self-care, which I think is really important. Women are a very important part of family life or communities, etc. Children, normally raised by women. So if you have happy, healthy, intellectual women, like people who've, wise women, you will find that they'll be able to bring up kids in a better way. So one of those parts, I believe, is also being a happy and healthy person yourself, so that you have the energy and you have the focus to look after others around you. It can be very draining. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week job, when you're raising kids, etc. as well. Or even if you're in a job working as a career woman, you have then family life as well, personal life, social life, and work life, all sorts of things. Plus cultural, cultural expectations as well, which we have as well, that you have to live up to. So there are so many things. So women's self-care, I think, is very, very important to bear all this in mind.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Then we have a very interesting one on the 19th of March, honey.
Yes, integrated health. We're really very into our health here, aren't we? In healing our earth. Because
We
it's not
are.
about healing the earth, it's not just healing about, we're healing every single layer of the universe, of the planet. So that starts off with us as human beings, healthy human beings. And integrated health, I think, is a very important part of that, because it gives people the choices, the options. It gives people a wide variety of practitioners, specialists who could come on board, give you some advice, and then it's up to you. Once your information has been given to you, you can make informed decisions, isn't it?
And we speak so much about Ayurveda and Qigong and different schools of thought. It's really very, very interesting.
Yes.
And we have such fantastic experts within our family and who come on board and share so much wisdom.
Absolutely, because sometimes when you go for orthodox medicine, like when you say traditional medicine, as we say, like we go to the GP and you go through medication, and this is what most people feel that's the route they have to take. But I feel that in life, just like with everything, like a career choice, you have many careers to choose from. You should be able to have lots and lots of different health areas, subjects that you could pursue, because I find that natural healing is more important for me. Whereas my dad may find that traditional medicine and orthodox medicine is better for him. He feels, no, take a tablet and that's fine. Whereas
right.
You've got different individuals. It's not like this is right, this is wrong. It's about these are different approaches to helping you heal.
And it's so interesting that I find a lot of people worldwide are now beginning to embrace alternative medicine.
Yes, yes.
Very interesting.
It was very, and I remember that, studying some various documentaries, etc. There was a whole turn in that, about 100 years ago, there was such a turn where medicine and patented, medication were promoted quite a lot, because you can't patent ginger or, haldi, as we say,
right.
natural herbs and things, you can't patent those. So there are many patented medicine out there as well. So and there was a kind of a turn that took place where people wanted to promote their patented medicine quite a lot. So I think the natural healing was like pushed aside and not promoted as much. Whereas now we have YouTube, we have social media, we have various little platforms where everyone around the world can be educated very quickly with a touch of a finger and a button, press of a button. You have access to so much information around the world that you definitely can become more open-minded. So even if it's not promoted in wider society, you get access to it very quickly, through these kinds of through platforms like ours, for example.
Technology is so amazing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I feel that technology is, again, you have to keep up with those kinds of things. If you use it in a positive way, you can use technology for the betterment of mankind. And if you use technology, it's the same thing. Like, for example, you use frequencies. Frequencies can make you feel good, but frequencies can also make you feel depressed and cause cancer and all sorts of things, like we say. But at the same time, if you use the right frequencies, it can uplift you as well and help to regenerate your cells. So
absolutely.
So it's you need to know in whose hand this technology comes into, and what the intentions are, that you will be able to use it for a more positive way for life. And we have one more, haven't we? We've got one more event that's coming up as well, my dear Seemaji.
And that's the perfect prescription to change our frequency, I would say.
Absolutely. Yoga and meditation, right? 26th of March, both of us are very, very keen on our yoga and meditation, regular meditators. And I believe that most of the geniuses around the world will have some form of meditation they do, whether it's a visualization, whether it's just going silently in a room and just, sitting there making notes and just, going within. Most of the people who get access to more creative ideas and the Akashic records, as we say,
yes.
the universal knowledge, they normally tend to go alone and spend some time. And I think that's the most important thing for us to get into our life, as part of our life management. Yoga and meditation. It could be meditation, even just sitting 10-15 minutes a day, daily, connecting with yourself, and then being able to co-create your reality, as I call it. Co-create your reality once you become aware of who you are, what you like, what you don't like, etc. You start making the right choices. By if you're so busy all the time, you don't get time to think. So this gives you that thinking time and the inward journey time.
And this is the way we can actually raise our frequency.
Absolutely. Raising our frequencies. There are so many ways. You can have salt baths, so that maybe whilst you're having a shower or something like that. Sometimes what I do is you take salt, put it in some water, just put it around on you, just leave it there for a minute or two, and then have your shower. And it tends to cleanse your aura, and it cleanses any as they call holes, they call it, like blockages where there's little holes in your aura.
It seals them off, right?
Yeah, it seals them off. So it makes your aura much stronger, and then your immune system gets stronger as well because of that.
But honey, it's amazing. I've seen so much of this being rebirthed. I'm saying the word rebirth because if we look at our ancient grandmothers, our grandmothers now, my grandmom was really big on holistic therapies, I don't think she ever used soap. She used a powder, with all the Ayurvedic herbs. There were like 5 or 6 Ayurvedic herbs that she found up, and she had skin like butter. It was really soft, lovely, smooth skin. And very often when we were tired and she would visit us in Kenya, and you go for sports and you go for PE and you go for swimming club, we'd come back really tired, and she would say, okay, leave the children to me, she'd tell my mom. And what she'd do is she'd make this scrub, which is the traditional Indian scrub that they use with gram flour and turmeric. And she would sometimes put milk into it or lemon. But when we were tired, she would add salt. She would say the salt was very good for our muscles, our muscles. And she would sit us down on this little seat. We call it traditionally a patla, which is a wooden flat chair. And we would be there stark naked, and we were children, and we were like, oh God, and she would be rubbing it all over our body, and she would say, all your aches and pains are going to go after this. Nani's going to give you a nice bath. And she, traditionally they would have bucket baths in those days. They'd have this bucket for hot water, and she'd scrub us down, and we'd be shining like as bright as a diamond after our bath, hair combed, all ready for dinner. But when you think about it, that our forefathers and our grandparents, they may not have realized what it was for. They may have attached it to some other meaning. But now when you go on Instagram and people talk about having a bath with salt or using aromatherapy oils, frankincense being so good for you, lavender being so wonderful, diffusing lavender in your room for a good night's sleep.
Absolutely. Do you know, Seemaji, I think it's a very good thing that you've just highlighted. It's true, because it's all the traditional things that are coming back again. It's like being reinvented again, but it's the same information, but just done in a more modernized way. And making it a bit more easier. Like in the past, we would have had to put all the haldies together. It's a bit messy and things. Now you have ready-made packs and things like that. So it's just moved forward in terms of how this information is repackaged. This knowledge and ancient wisdom is repackaged, but at the same time, I do admire, because I remember one of my friends who I've known for over 30 years, as we grew up, but she's got baby soft skin. I used to say to her, how do you get this baby soft skin that you have? It's white, and she's not got no hair in her hands or anywhere, which all the women would love, actually. No waxing to be done. But anyway, moving on to this part. But yeah, so when I could say that, she used to use chickpea, her mum used to use chickpea flour and milk. They used to mix it together, and they would use that as soap. No soap was ever used on her body, just
No.
this chickpeas and milk mixed together and made into soap for her. And she goes, as time went on, her skin became softer, softer, softer. And I actually use milk for my skin as well, because what I do is I just I kind of dab it on some cotton wool or a serviette kind of thing, and just kind of dab it all over me. And I use that, and then I wash it off with water, and it's the most beautiful thing when it comes to skin. It really helps to make it a bit more glossy, and it helps to take away a lot of the little fine lines, perhaps, you know. So I always say to people out there, it doesn't have to be £100, bottled creams that you have to purchase. Sometimes go back to the basics, go back to what our grandmothers
did.
And yeah, and absolutely, you're right there. And you have beautiful skin yourself. You're an Ayurvedic, you do traditional Vedic recipes. I remember you doing a beautiful facial for our wonderful friend Shivani, and Shivani ji was actually glowing in literally an hour. I don't know what you did, what special ingredients you used, but she was glowing like a lovely queen. So you have this your recipes that you use, the ingredients that you use. They're all natural, 100% natural.
Yes.
So it doesn't even hurt your skin. It doesn't damage your skin or anything.
No.
Yes.
So I follow the rule of thumb, like I said. Now we're talking about women's empowerment, and where maybe all of our viewers feel we're deviating into the realm of beauty and everything. But I think women are beautiful. Women are empowered, and women should look and feel beautiful all the time. So it does resonate with us. And empowered women take care of themselves, you know. They really invest in themselves, and they really take time out to meditate and look after themselves. Because remember one thing, when you look after yourself, when your oxygen mask is on, you can take care of others. Right?
Yes.
Now, speaking about the beauty, yes, I use almost 80% farm to table beauty. I've studied Ayurvedic cosmetology. Now, coming back to women's empowerment, but thank you so much for your kind words for that facial. God bless you. I feel so happy that Shivani liked it and you were able to see the difference in her skin.
Absolutely.
I want to honor our grandmothers who were so empowered in those days as mothers, to really, you know, take that time. I want to celebrate those grandmothers. Look, in the ancient days, I'm from a farming family in Punjab, and my grandmother did not have a Kenwood mixer or a Cuisinart blender. You know, of course, life was slower then, but she had the pestle and mortar. And she had what we call the silbata, which is the rotating mill. And she had one for grain and the other one for spices. Okay. And everything that they passed down.
Round and round.
Round and round.
The grain in it, and you just,
all the spices in it, and the coarsely ground, you know. It's like stone mill grain. Like it's stone mill grain. It was very sacred. So everything they did was very sacred. And they did that because they were empowered to do it. They believed in doing it, you know, and they believed in bringing. I think my grandmother brought this ancient wisdom forward to us, you know. So as we celebrate women today, we must celebrate our mothers and our grandmothers, because every little bit that we have within us, you know, a little bit of them is in us.
Absolutely. I think when you are somebody who respects elders, you'll be able to get more back from them, because the more you connect with your elders and you sit down and you talk to them, the more wisdom you tend to start gaining from them as well. Sometimes, nowadays, maybe younger people, there's a kind of a gap, you know, there's a generation gap where youngsters feel that, my grandparents don't understand me, my parents don't understand me, or whatever the case is. My message to them would be that all these people have had many more years of experience to fast track your success, to fast track your understanding of life. The more open-minded you are to listen and to connect with your parents and your grandparents, the faster you will excel in your life, because they will give you all the shortcuts. They've been through all the, the problems, the challenges, the obstacles. They tell you how you can sort things out. If you were, let's say, cooking, they say, oh, no, don't do this, just do this. Like, for example, I remember with my mom, I would just kind of use cling film, and my cling film would always get stuck, and I would always be like trying to pull my cling film back again. Like sometimes it gets all squished. And my mom just came in and goes, oh, why are you doing that? She goes, look, just do this. She cut it. And all she did was, when she cuts it, she just wraps it round backwards. That's all she does. She just, that's it. And I said, Mom, all these years I've been like spending hours trying to peel this little cling film off. And all I had to do was just watch you do this and just turn it round. And it never gets stuck anymore, because it's always done backwards, just a little half an inch. So sometimes I think that life becomes easy if you're very open-minded, and you are absolutely right. The blessings you get from grandmas, elderly people, they don't want anything back from you, you see. So those prayers are considered as unconditional prayers for you, unconditional blessings where people don't want anything back. And those are considered of the highest energy levels. So that's why those blessings are very important for people.
Absolutely. And honey, it's interesting now. Our grandparents lived in a different era, and gender equity in those days, just generally speaking, okay, I'm speaking of India in those days, in my grandmother's time. My grandmother did not go to senior school. She wasn't very educated, because the girl child was only educated to a certain point.
Mm.
But over the years, her wisdom, and she educated herself over the years. Like, she would watch the news, because she wanted to know what was happening in the world. And the things she would say, at her elderly age of 80 years old, she would step back and say, in our days, it was different, but in your days, now things have changed. They could actually step out of that box and observe and widen their perspective. And they didn't have movements of women telling them what to do. They didn't have women writing and saying, women, yes, and you got to do this and you got to do that. And it just happened naturally for them. And because they experienced, I don't want to use very harsh words like pain or suffering or anything, but they experienced not being able to climb out of that box and be, in many instances, who they wanted to be, because of the socialization process, the cultural norms that held them back. They were able to see so much more on such a deeper level.
Yes. I think you're absolutely right there. Simaji, I think with your deep discussions and your lovely deep wisdom that you have, I think
can go on and on.
I wanted to congratulate you. Thank you for sharing that as well in our wonderful International Women's Day today. We are celebrating, of course, women. You're tuned into Healing Our Earth at this moment in time. If, of course, you wish to find out more about what Healing Our Earth is all about, then we have our Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. Just make sure you subscribe to every single one of those, because you will get all the latest news and all the latest wonderful interviews and events that we're involved in. Isn't that right, Simaji?
Absolutely. And we have such a wonderful lineup of speakers today, don't we?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we have a very soon, I don't know if she's here yet, but we've got Anja Cameron, is it, coming along, who's going to be joining us very shortly.
I see her.
Right. So she's going to be actually sharing some really interesting information with us very shortly. We also have Sharana, who is a really, amazing lady. She's a psychic detective. She's a mind, body, soul expert there. She does many, many things ranging, in that field. And she's also going to be organizing a wonderful exhibition, festival, and an event. And we're going to be finding out more about what these women do, with the women with a really good vision to help to change people's lives, and the kind of events they tend to organize, so that it actually does transform people's lives in a positive way. So we're going to be hearing a little bit back from her as well. So our dear Seemaji, was there any last minute messages that you'd like to perhaps share before we move on to Anja Karen? Hello? You're in mute. You're in mute, dear Seemaji.
As women, we have the strength within us to be and achieve whatever we want to be and achieve. And we should never feel afraid or scared to ask for help. You know, if there are any avenues where you feel that you may not have received the right skill set, or you may not have been encouraged in your life to, you know, to grow, it's never too late. It's never too late. Everything can start from today, you know. So reach out to others, you know, ask for help to improve your skill set. Be that woman who has a tribe of other women who stand behind her. And all of us, you know, should celebrate each other, and all of us deserve to shine bright like a diamond.
Oh, and we are lovely diamonds, aren't we? Every single one. Everything's precious. Every life is precious, and everyone has something to give to the world. Everyone has, and they've already done things that they probably don't even appreciate or acknowledge themselves. You know, what wonderful work they've done in life. How many people how many lives they've changed along their life journey, as we put it. But Seemaji, I just wanted to say thank you very much for a really, really fantastic hosting, as always, and your wisdom that we always appreciate. Do stay tuned in, of course. We have some really, really amazing people joining us, and lots and lots of women who are going to be sharing about different topics today, from the UK, going all the way to USA, right through to, well, Malaysia or Mauritius also. Looking forward to it. So Seema, stay tuned in and do join us for our lovely little panel discussions.
Thank you, honey. Global namaste.
A global namaste to you as well, Seemaji. So today, I just wanted to say to all our wonderful viewers out there, thank you very much for joining us. You are actually tuned in to Healing Our Earth. Healing Our Earth is a platform, which is online platform, that's mainly catered to provide education, entertainment, and information to people around the world to help transform lives in a positive way. So we are very, very proud to be part of that. Every single one of us here are volunteers, and we are a wonderful team with one vision, which is to help to change the world in a positive way. So we're going to be moving on to our next guest, who is actually a very, very, I would say, incredible woman. Her name is Anja Karen. She's from Germany, and she's actually the founder of the Thea International. She's awarded as the Woman of the Decade, and I think she definitely deserved that because of her work, especially for her outstanding leadership. She's also been given an award for being the top 100 leader of global education. And she was also nominated for various other, I would say, awards. She's the first global chairperson for the Circular Economy of Eminent Women Leadership Network. That will be really interesting to find out more about. And Anja initiated the first global youth platform in the circular economy as well, to skill up young people and bridge them to mentors, companies, and investors worldwide. Wow, we're going to find out a little bit more about this young lady. She seems to be doing tremendous work. Her program that she's involved in is funded by the joint project of the Federal Ministry of the Interior and the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. And alongside this program, she leads a shoulder on shoulder with local partners, especially in the grassroots level, I would say, for clean and healthy villages in Africa. Anja works with women entrepreneurs worldwide on circular concepts and frameworks for a regenerative future. So we're going to find out a little bit more about that very shortly. Thea International is selected by the UNESCO as Best German Practice and the THEA Global Citizenship Programs. And congratulations for that. They also work in schools as well to promote intercultural, sustainable, and mindful global education. Anja powerfully believes that women are the key in this pioneering time, and I believe in that as well. And change needs women with an inclusive identity and their sense of connection with nature and people locally and globally, especially in the trade-off between socio-economic challenges and digital progress. Isn't this lady amazing? So I am so looking forward to speaking to her. So let's see if we can get Anja on board. Are you there, young lady? If you could join us, let me see if I can get you on board here. A global namaste to you, Anja.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
And you look amazing. I love the pink.
Honey, you are I can't, if I can really, if you do an introduction for me, I'm looking around and think, who is that lady? You're really amazing. I really can't believe it. I had really difficulties to believe you're talking about me, but I think, yeah, and I thank you very much for the invitation, all of you, and for the remarkable work you all did here. And it's quite a long time here that you are on the panel, and yeah, all the ladies with us. I really love to follow up, and it was very insightful for myself, and especially for our topic, what we would like to refer to, because actually a lot of things are already said, what leads into the future.
Well, we're going to get deep. We're going to delve deeper into this wonderful subject of yours. First of all, a big congratulations for the real amazing work you're doing out there for women in society. The lives that you're touching in such a positive way. And of course, you know, the knowledge that you are also sharing with the world, the leaders that you are, you know, developing around the world. So I really, really congratulate you for that. And today, what is it that you would like to share with us, Anja? What would you like to share? What is your message as for the International Women's Day? What is your work that you may wish to share with the world?
I think today, you know, first of all, what you all said is about what women should do, and how women can really contribute to these transformational times. I think that is for encouraging women to take this role and not to fall back, as we already said, fall back in victim roles, or really be able to define their own role in this regenerative process, what we are all in, because otherwise we won't make it. There is no U-turn as well. And emancipation, I think we can talk a long time about that, but there is maybe a need of new ways of integration, inclusion, and as well of definition of different roles in these processes. And here I would to encourage really everybody to take part in, because there's a lot of people here are very, very deeply rooted in all these maybe gender healing as well, you can say that, racial healing, or closing these gaps. And all these gaps are very necessary. And really, I think without closing these gaps, we won't have a transition in business, and we won't find new ways of collaboration, what is really needed. So we can't skip.
Can I just clarify? So are you saying that the way people are working at this moment in time, there needs to be a new perspective to come on board, so that any things that are preventing people from becoming good leaders to be able to contribute in the best way they can, those areas need to be re-looked at? And those things either need to disappear, dissolved, or changed, so that what happens is, so you mentioned something about the racism, did you mention?
Yeah,
or is there
I mentioned racial healing. Racial healing, and as well, you know, you have this, you can say gender healing, that is,
gender healing.
Okay, this is definitely one of our topics here, but as well racial healing, what is very deep connected to the roles we take in, as well generational healing. You talked about before, just before you said, okay, young people, and then listen maybe to the older ones. Why don't they do that? Where is the wisdom and where's the tradition coming from, and how do we find innovation? And it's maybe not of finding and redefining, circular economy is a lot about that, redefining and reusing, a lot of re. I'm definitely not on that page. I hope we can think free. I once had a program, it was called Whiteboard. And Whiteboard was because young people entered there with a clean mindset. So they did not really know what to expect or what to hope about. And it was all on developing new ideas. And I think there we could be much more encouraged to do that on all the levels. And then we would find different ways.
Right. And what way have you found has worked for you? Because I know that you have worked with a lot of leaders, lots of the business industries, many different. You've won awards as well for so many different things, and you've also worked in the education sector with young people. So there are many different groups and audience groups that you've worked with. What kind of tips would you find, and what did you learn that needs to be maybe the top 3 areas that we need to work and incorporate to make a change in the future, to make a change even now?
That's a very challenging question. I think, first of all, I only can refer to what I did and what I think and what motivated me to do all the things I do today. And first of all, I think it's being brave and free from judgments, because you find your learnings everywhere. As soon as you try to look, the curiosity to look beyond and not to judge where the message is coming from, because the messages are everywhere. If you understand the whole environment around you as a learning field, and it is a little bit abused today. People say that, but they don't do it. If you really understand it with this open mindset, you come to different ideas. And this is so important because we talk about connectivity. Everything is connected and extremely complex. And there I lead you to the next point. And we talked about that as well today. It is about networking. And one of the strongest capacities women have, there was this wonderful quote. So of behind every woman, I had directly in my mind, behind every man is a strong woman, blah, blah. Yeah. Coming from my education, but behind every strong woman is a network. And I think that is very important. And to be a networker in our days, it is nearly a business. I think you know that perfectly because you do it perfectly, but it is even more. It's about creating relations. How do we create relations? We build trust. How do young people and everybody builds trust? So we come back, we have to trust each other and being out of judgment. So if somebody's doing something very different than you in a different way or looking different than you, don't judge it, get it as a free idea of learning more. And that opens other fields. I think that is really one of the very
beautiful, very beautiful. I like that, because at the end of the day, people tend to become very judgmental or become defensive or really want to put their opinions forward. They don't understand the fact that sometimes everybody has their own opinions. Everybody has a different piece of knowledge. You could always enhance your overview of the world by being more open-minded and listening to other points of views. And you do not have to accept it. It's just expanding your awareness that there are people who think this way as well, and how to communicate in a better way with those people. So your answer, I think that's a very important point, because women out there, sometimes you find that, especially some women find it very challenging to communicate. They either become too aggressive or they become too passive, not being able to communicate in the right way. They listen to things and they become a little defensive about things. So, this could be not trying to belittle people, but to just empower them to say, look, there's no harm in just being open-minded and let people say what they want to say. It doesn't make any difference to your point of view, but it definitely helps to enhance your perspective of life.
It needs a lot of confidence, actually. And that is maybe lacking. Confidence of, I think here a lot of people very familiar in spirituality. Spirituality is not really at all me coming from Germany, I live in France, so in schools you don't find it. Meditation maybe, but even what it means, yoga from the real idea of yoga, not at all. All the different principles of what you eat, what is coming into your body, what is influence your mind, your aura, nothing really is learned. So if we understand our material mind and our spiritual mind, and we see that we can harmonize it, becoming as not only woman, as every living being, we're coming from our center. If we come from our center, we understand that we don't go like this. We really are focused. And if we are focused, and that is something what is in my culture was judged badly, because if you are coming from your center and you take care of yourself, especially for a woman, it was meant that you are egoistic. So you have to put yourself on the second row. You can't do that. First of all, it's your own health, your well-being, your happiness, and you're not there for please anybody else that needs and that brings us in a need and in a perfection. From the leadership skill, you're already then on a losing point. You will lose in every meeting. But if you are free, if you're centered, you can listen, and you listen with an open heart, and you're not forced in any solution. As well, in my generation, I'm actually one of the first generations who did all these studies, went into a job, and we all had this decision to take if you want to have a family or if you want to have a career. Some women tried both, ended up difficult. So some women just went that way, so they don't have any family, or they don't have, and they went as well in divorces. So there are a lot of difficulties around all these things because there haven't been any support system, and there have been, from my point, a disconnected understanding of the forces you have. So how do you run healthy businesses? How do you run something what is connected if you are disconnected?
Yes. And when you talk about this disconnected side, if we just describe like in one or two sentences, what does disconnected actually mean for women? How does it feel if you were disconnected?
Oh, I can tell you.
And how would you feel if you were connected? So connected, I understand you will be more open-minded about it, but when you feel disconnected, what is this reason? What are you feeling at that time? Because if I can't understand why I'm, for example, in meditation point of view, I know when I'm disconnected because I'm being a little bit more impatient. I'm being a little, there are little areas that I can start feeling myself behaving, and I know that, oh, I'm feeling disconnected, I'm losing my balance, losing my balance. So as soon as I'm aware of that, I go back into my balanced state. So as a human being, I do go through all the emotions everybody goes through, but yet you're aware that I'm going a little bit out of the balanced state. So how can people recognize that they're going out of balance for generally?
Fortunately, you have these skills. That's what I'm trying to say. It's very good you're asking for that, because they are not really taught, and as well they are still judged. So it becomes a little bit more an open society. I don't speak about India. I speak about European cultures, and I don't know, maybe some Arab cultures as well, because they come from a different background as well, and women have a different role in that. So being disconnected. First of all, I think you hear yourself differently. Somebody else is speaking. You're not speaking. And I think everybody knows that feeling when you're in business and you're in a meeting and you want to show up with something what you know, and you just want to say something. Or as you said, you can't really listening because you're so much under pressure. Even worse, and that is hopefully getting much better, but a lot of women who've been very successful in coming into leading positions, they gave up their femininity. So what all we heard today about being a mother, and mother in a meta sense, the women get rid of that. They get rid of their female appearance, of their beauty.
Yes.
There's function. And if you only function, you cut yourself. I don't know if you can see it. You cut yourself directly here.
Yes.
All this part here is not working.
Yes.
You speak here, but you speak not from your chakra. You speak closed, and you can hear that because it's blocked here.
Yes, I got that.
So breathing And that sounds very easy because people who are familiar with it, breathing, breathing, breathing. Yes, breathing. Breathing is the first thing. And I think as soon as you come to your breath, you connect the sources again.
Right.
And you connect your spiritual mind with your material mind again. You come back to the center.
Right, that's beautiful. And I like that because breathing is also gives you a little chance to, take a step back as well. Because they go, la, 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 la. Hold on, take a breath. I'm trying to tell them something, you're really excited, and then you're not really listening to what they have to say. So you go, hold a minute, just listen, take your time, breathe, just get yourself centered. So it's a very good point that you said that. It's something that all wise people would share as well, like spiritual masters would share that as well. That if you ever, stuck, if you whatever, just take a step back, breathe, center yourself, and then make your decision. Then say something. Or even if you're having an argument, hold it, take a couple of breaths, step back, and then say something. So you don't say things that you don't, you feel upset about, and you regret later because of that. No, absolutely. You're really very true. I know that we're moving on to our next guest very shortly, dear Anjuji, but is there any last minute message that you'd like to share? Because I know that you also have your wonderful organization called the Thea International, and you're the founder of that particular organization. What is the kind of things that you're doing? Is there any message from that point of view? What kind of work you're looking to do? Any projects you've got coming up, or any message you'd just like to give to the women?
Thank you for asking, first of all. Yeah, The International was actually founded 5 years ago by me because I had this feeling that we need young people who are able to be connected and to step outside of their box. And how do they do the learnings? They have to go out. They have to connect to other people. And at that time, it was for me more the artificial intelligence, what was the elephant in the room. It was not that much climate change, but already I thought that we face a lot of challenges, and maybe you'll find these solutions on other parts of the planet, and other people have the ideas and you can connect with. And that was actually the idea and the basis of everything. And I think it's even more important today. So when I see my website, okay, there's a lot of things written, but I can't really decide what to delete because I feel it's still, now it's the time. I was a little bit early. What I'm coming up now with is more that I shifted my programs in the grassroots sector so that I'm really in the communities. We shift the results of the projects on the platform used for Circular Future, as you said so beautifully. But what I do mostly is try to work with people, with young people, and help them to be the advocates of what they want to change. I'm not going somewhere if I'm not called. So they call me. And we go back together to tradition, always. So we try to understand with them what is their tradition, and you have all these sustainable practices, packaging or whatever is coming, and you see how was it before, why did people that before, and then we blend it with what do they do today, and then we find out, okay, maybe single-use plastic is a sign of civilization. We don't judge it. We just say, okay, why do you think that is like this? And then we connect it mostly with it depends on the areas with oral tradition, because a lot of wisdom is coming from the old practices, how people transformed information.
Right.
And that leads then to the new project, and you can say this kind of method we transfer and we modify and do that really now, not only in Africa, nearly all over the planet in the same way.
Wow, that's amazing. We really wish you the best of luck for that, because at the end of the day, I know you offer a mentoring, you offer, guidance to young people. And that's one of the great ways you connect businesses with them as well, to help them gain a real life experience, of how to practically implement their knowledge, etc. So you're doing amazing, and so many facets to what you do. I just wanted to congratulate you. How do you do this? It's amazing. But I just wanted to also share with all the women out there, to be a leader in this world, you already have the leadership qualities. It's to bring them all out. It's to perhaps connect with organizations like the one that let's say, runs, where their aim is to just bring out the best in someone, to bring out the potential in someone, to maybe just brush up some skills that they may need to brush up on, and to give guidance and advice on how to become the best versions of themselves in the leadership sector. So Anjaji, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you for celebrating International Women's Day with us and joining us all the way from Germany, of course. And we our Earth wish you the best of luck for all the wonderful work you're doing, and we look forward to hearing more and more of your wonderful developments that you're going to be involved in. So thanks a lot.
You can count on me. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, of course, our lovely Anja Cannon, is that right, Karen?
Karen.
Is
Yeah,
it just
Karen.
like a K-A-R-E-N?
Actually, in France, you say Caron, but you can say Karen.
I'll tell you why, because I bought a perfume long time ago called Nocturnes de Caron. And it was my favorite perfume. I've never smelled such a beautiful perfume ever again, but I can't ever find it. And I bought it from Paris when I was in one of the perfume shops. So when I keep looking at the Caron, it kept reminding me of that beautiful perfume. And I did have good choice, I have to say, when I buy my perfumes, but I can't find it. So when I kept looking at that, it said Caron. That's how they would say it. Caron.
Whenever you find it, just give me a fling. I will find it for you. So.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. So now with that, we're going to be moving on to another wonderful lady that we're going to be meeting. We, of course, met this lovely, talented Anja, but now we're going to go to another talented lady. Her name is Sharana. Now, Sharana is a really, really talented lady. I love one thing about her, and that is the fact that she is a psychic detective. It makes me feel, oh my God, these women, they are so extra, I would say, intelligent, wise, and they have so many things that they can do to make this world a better place. So Sharana, I would just wanted to first of all say a global namaste to you. Hello, and how are you? Oh, you're on mute at the moment, please. So just need to take, that's
okay,
it.
hi, how are you?
Wow, and you look amazing with a lovely little background there. It looks like all these trees and like trees. I know you love your nature as well, just like me, isn't that right?
Yes, I do, yes. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Absolutely. I just wanted to actually share with our audience just a little bit about yourself, because you are a clairvoyant, a medium, of course, and you've been that since you were 2 years old, and you've been involved in spirituality all your life. And I know that at the end of the day, your aim has been to support others as well. But your background has also helped you to go on a journey where you are skilled in the world of, I believe you call it crystal and animal healing, holistic therapy work. You also do theta, I believe, right? And I have no idea what the Atlantean means.
Atlantean.
Yes.
Atlantean. Yeah, Atlantean healing. Working on the values and their points of view with healing. I've done that for many years as well.
That's amazing. And of course you are a media authority because you end up speaking about many subjects in this area. But not just that, your role as a psychic detective, as a midwife, an angel therapist, the paranormal and spiritual advisor. It's just such
a long list. It's a long list, yeah.
Amazing gifts. We just wanted to first of all welcome you, dear Sharana. Thank you very much for joining us here today. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself, of course? I know that this is something that you felt that you had when you were 2 years old, this gift, the clairvoyant gift. But can you tell me a little bit about the kind of work you do, the kind of work that you carry out?
Well, I mean, the main work I do obviously is the mediumship, and I've done that for quite a number of years. I've got some amazing people behind me now, I built it because growing up in this sort of world was very lonely. and very challenging. I wasn't accepted. So I always done everything on my own, apart from their help, obviously. And then I just built a platform up where I just grew from there, really. And now I've built another platform to give more help to other people.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really nice, Sharana. And I know that you've got this really amazing event that's going to come up very soon as well, called the Spirit of Summer. So I just wanted to actually just share that on our screen, because you do many festivals where you bring communities together. You help people, connect with, let's say, sometimes you do festivals where you've got exhibition specialists who providing services and products in the field of mind, body, soul development. At the same time, you bring the communities there as well. So you have a lovely, like a festival where people come together, enjoy activities, and also grow as individuals. So I just wanted to share maybe a little bit about what you're doing. I believe I've got a little proposal here of yours called the Spirit of Summer here, isn't it? This is a project you're doing. And what is Selenites? Can you tell me a little bit about Selenites Soul, what that is? And it's a company that you run, right?
Yes. Well, I started Selenite Soul because I wanted a platform where I can bring other people on board to understand about spirituality, what it does, teach them, help them evolve. I mean, not just adults, but obviously children as well.
Right.
Selenite Soul just grew from just starting a few individuals and just teaching them, doing workshops, small events, things like that. And over the years, people have asked me, well, I want to come on board, I want to learn, I want to understand it. So I've had to grow it bigger. And that's why I've started doing events, because I feel that gives more awareness and more platform out there to help other people, not just individual but businesses, charities, organizations. We all need to connect to each other, and I think that's important at the moment.
Absolutely. And what kind of how can you tell us a couple of case studies of the kind of projects you've done and how it's helped to transform someone's life or change someone's life in a positive way? Can you give us a couple of examples or so?
So many. Obviously through my work I've changed and helped many people, that sort of, yes, obviously those that are bereaved and struggling, those that can't get through their daily life. I've worked with that through the counselling, through the healing, through the wisdom of spirit as well. And but these events, I think, especially when you do them locally, within the local area, because a lot of these festivals and events and things, they're so far away. You've got, like to London and they're Glastonbury and all that. They're so far away for people that can't travel. So I want to bring that to here. I want to come so that it's central for everyone. It's going to be, I just want to help them all.
And you have a lovely team as well that's on board as well to support. And of course, this festival that you're doing, the Summer Spirit Festival. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well? Because that would be quite an interesting one, isn't it? That people locally can come. And that's being held in North London, actually. So it would be wonderful for Londoners here in the UK to come along and enjoy the festival, have a fun one day. I think tickets are the entry fee is only £1, isn't it? Just to help is that right?
Yeah. Well, it's just going to be a mini Glastonbury, that I want to bring different zones to different areas to cover everyone. We're just going to have spiritual zone, a well-being one, and it's got lots of talks and demonstrations with guest speakers, and everyone's going to come on board to give their time to reach out for everyone to enjoy, so yes, it will be fun, but it will also be there to help others, and as I said, to help other people with their businesses, because since what we've gone through, people have struggled, and to start again is very difficult. So this is a good platform to get them back on track and to reach out again. So helping them as well.
Sharon, it's both sides, because you have the business community as well who have who have these amazing products and services that would like to pass on, and then there are wonderful people who are looking for such places, but instead of going everywhere shopping, you can just come to one place and everyone is there. So it's saves a lot of time, have a fun day out with the family and come along, and of course get a chance to meet the top people in one place. And of course that the event, from what I understand, you've got holistic therapies, mediums, you've got massages, reflexology readings, healthy food stands, all sorts of different areas within beauty products. So I think that it's a wide range of things that people can get access to at this particular event. What date is it? What day is the event?
Well, I'm planning it for 3rd of June. So we're just on the, coming into the summer. Everyone should be uplifted and trying to bring the sunshine, to spirit, really. I just feel like I've done many events, many different months and different times of the year. We were very successful last year. We did a very smaller event, which really took off. And then people just said, right, when are you going to do another one? Can I join in? So there's a lot of, there's a demand for it by the looks of it. Here it is. I mean, at the moment, you've got it on the Spirit of Summer, Saturday, 3rd of June. It's a whole day event as well, and it's being held there in Harrow, I believe. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Harrow. And there's an arts and crafts stall, spiritual and holistic zone. There's healthy food, children's area. We've got music as well, talks and demonstrations. And you also talked about, you'll be there and your whole lovely team's going to be there.
Yeah, so, I'm bringing my team. I've built up a very good members of team, and each one has their own acknowledgement and skills, so they'll be coming on board as well and helping out, but yeah, they're different areas. We're hoping to have an arena where there's a lot of arts and crafts and handmade and wonderful products for everyone to enjoy.
Like something for everyone. And Sharon, I just wanted to congratulate you as well for your background, being a psychic detective, a clairvoyant, a healer, all the wonderful work that you're doing as well for people and the community members out there. Just wanted to say, congratulations, well done, and good luck with the event that you've got coming up. And I hope that all our audience members who are from the London area can go along, enjoy, and of course, if there's any businesses looking to get involved, then of course, here's the details. It's www.Sharon, is it Sharon?
Yeah, Sharona.
Yeah, Sharon. Heal, love, light.
Yeah.
You can. Isn't that beautiful? I love that, Sharona. Heal, love, light. Sounds so beautiful. So you've got all the details on the actual screen. So if you needed to perhaps contact Sharona for that, then you can get more details there. So Sharona, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the lovely, and I know you're an amazing organizer. Keep up the great work. And we're moving actually next to our wonderful next guest. She's a dog owner. So we're going to find out more about how keeping pets in the home could be very therapeutic, and why women tend to like pets a lot. Let's just find out a little bit more about this now. Sharona, thank you very much. Have a fantastic, fantastic day, and a global namaste to you from Healing Our Earth. So that was our wonderful Sharana, who's a really amazing lady. I think she's a really beautiful soul as well. But I would like to now invite somebody called Keena Patel. And Keena Patel is, I must admit, I actually know her. So, and she's sitting with a lovely, lovely daughter of hers, which is Shivani. A global namaste to you, dear Keena and Shivani. If you'd like to unmute yourself, that would be great. I just need to unmute it right at the bottom of your screen. Both of them look so beautiful, and you won't believe this. I just wanted to congratulate, while they're sorting out the mute button, I'd like to congratulate Shivani because she just got engaged yesterday and she looked absolutely stunning. I saw her photographs. She's a very, very beautiful girl. So congratulations to you from us and of course the whole world. And at the moment, I'm going to invite another special third guest. I think you still need to unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
there we go. Finally got it to work.
work.
I think we just needed like access, but thank you. And thank you so much for congratulations.
No problems at all. Well, I think today is International Women's Day celebrations on healing our earth. And I have two gorgeous women, both of you here. And I wanted to share with the world why it is so important to keep beautiful pets in the home. Why? What are the benefits, or how, what are the therapeutic benefits of keeping a pet as well? So I'd like to find out a little bit more about that. But Keena, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and Shivani, a little bit about yourself, please?
Okay. I'm a beautician, and she's my daughter, Shivani.
So shall I take it
Yeah,
away?
go on.
Oh, right, I'll go first. Yeah, so hi everyone, my name's Shivani. Yeah, I'm with my mum here today. Honey's actually my auntie. So yeah, it's a pleasure actually being here to talk to you all. I'm actually an accountant as well. And so my job is in finance, which can be quite stressful most of the time. I think since having a dog, since having our little Milo, it's really kind of helped me as like a stress relief. So, after a stressful day at work, just coming back home and like he's the first one to greet us as soon as we come back in. It doesn't matter like how his day's gone. He's always happy to see us, tails wagging, and you kind of just like forget any sort of like worries or stresses that you have in the day. And it's just,
before you tell me a bit more about that, do you know what? I think we need to introduce our Milo, shouldn't we? And I'm sitting, so I want to share with my Healing Our Earth family the 140 countries that we're connected to right now, and all our lovely well-wishers and friends and families members out there. I'd like to introduce you to my lovely little Milo. I'm not sitting at the moment. Sleeping away in a little thing.
Milo. You was belly rub, yeah?
Yeah, give me a little one. Come on, come here. There you go.
oh, there he is. Oh, looking all smart in his jumper.
Mummy, we've got his jumper on. Look, I'm keeping him nice and warm.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh.
Yeah, just seeing that face, like when you come back from work or when you come back from being out, he's always there to greet you. And yeah, it's just such a pleasure. Even like little things like, I think it really helps with just fitness in general as well. So we live like right next to the park, but before we had Milo, I never used to go for a walk. My mom and dad were pretty good in the sense they used to go now and again, but it was like a job and a half to kind of get me out to go for a walk. But as soon as I have him, especially because I'm working at home now, I take him for a walk like every day at lunchtime without doubt. Because I mean,
he's a lockdown dog,
and that's the highlight of his day. So for him, it kind of like forces me to go out. And you know what? Now I've actually started really enjoying just getting some fresh air, going for like, if it's half an hour, if it's 40 minutes, an hour, just a walk throughout the day, kind of like breaks up your day, gives you that exercise that you need. And yeah, it's just been so great since we've had him. And kind of
he was always asking for the dog. Since he's little, every birthday she asked for the dog. And I said, all right, finally on her, like,
I've always been like an animal lover, like any sort of animals. We have a cat as well. We have a dog. And yeah, so I wanted a dog for the longest time. finally managed to get one. And yeah, it's been great, even just bringing the whole family together. Everything centers around Milo. I think in the hierarchy now, Milo's like at the top, then it's us kids, then it's mom, then it's dad right at the bottom.
When I go on holidays, I always ask about like kids first. Now I always ask about the Milo. I say, how is he? What is he doing?
She's like, forget about you. What's Milo doing? How's he like? Is he all right? But yeah, it's just been so lovely.
Socializing, making new friends, because probably
especially we used to go to park every single day, but like you don't talk to everyone. But since we have Milo, every single person you talk to and whoever's got a dog, they stop. Even the stranger who doesn't even know you, they stop for you. You chat with them, and it's really like more relaxing. You just interact with even stranger as well. Normally in nowadays life,
no one really says hello to each other, or stops and has a little chat. But yeah, it's been really good. We've got to know we have like our local dog owners in the park.
I'm going to have to feed in with a little bit of these things, because I've learned how to look after these dogs, and you know what is so therapeutic for me as well. I love hugging him, and I think I love having little, and he's made me get a bit more healthy as well, because I was walking around.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, he definitely needs his walk. He'll let you know when he wants to go for a walk. That's when the barking starts.
At night, when I was sleeping, I put his little basket underneath, and then in the morning, in the middle of the night, I said, "What's that?" And there's again little Milo sleeping by my legs,
Oh
yeah, he's like a hot water bottle, like at night.
And he loves to be next to you. I said that's why you won't even find out, and where he just sneak into your bed and sleeping with you.
Absolutely. I'm going to try to call him one more time before we say. So really, if you had to give a little message to the world about the importance of maybe keeping pets, especially dogs or so, what would be your like one or two main messages that you would like to come here for it?
I think first and foremost, just be sure, like if you're thinking about getting a dog, just be sure that you want one, because I know Milo's actually a lockdown dog, and I know a lot of people during lockdown also like had dogs or decided to buy dogs, but a lot of them actually did go back to shelters after lockdown. So I think just be serious, because it is a lot of responsibility, but with that I think there's so many benefits. Like I said, going for a walk every day, it's just so like beneficial.
It changes
on your health,
totally all atmosphere in the house.
Your mindset, the atmosphere in the house, it's just so positive. And dogs are just innocent beings, and like they just want your love and attention with like nothing in return. And I just think it's good for the soul, good for the mind, and good for your body as well.
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
he makes you do exercise. He loves to play.
Yeah, it must be, because I noticed that my dad as well, who's elderly, but when he was Milo keeps going to play with him all the time and sit next to his feet, and so my dad was also enjoying time, stroking. I think it would be very
you never get bored at all, even if you are on your own, and if you have a pet, like it's constantly like it's just like a kid, you
got a companion.
Companion is there, and they loving you. Even if you just go out to just throw a dustbin, just the dustbin bag, and come back, and he's just greeting you with so much
like
love.
You've been away for 10 years or something. He's always happy to see you.
I think we people need to learn from this, isn't it? Us people need to learn the fact what unconditional loving means. What does unconditional love mean?
Definitely.
Because if you look at the way a dog works, whatever the case is, it'll love you, care for you, run around.
They only want simple things in life. You take him on a walk, he's happy. You give him a treat, he's happy. And I think we should kind of learn from that as well. Sometimes it's the little things in life and like the free things in life that kind of make you happy.
Is always not have to be like materialistic.
How did you choose him? How did you choose little Milo? Which
she always wanted a little dog, so it has in her mind, like
it was quite difficult actually when we were looking. So we had to look online at a couple of pet. I think looking as well on websites. I think you have to be quite careful to make sure you're going to the right places. But yeah, I think we went all the way up to like
North,
Manchester,
yeah.
because at the time there wasn't like a large selection of dogs, but he was a breed that I wanted. So we finally found one, but I was quite adamant, like I want to go there and visit the family, and like I want to see his mom, and we actually got to see his mom and like his siblings and everything. So I knew that he was coming from like a good family home, and like the kids were there. The kids were like crying when we were taking him away, but it was good that we got to see that he was like, it was like
It's
all
a mix
ethical,
of Maltese and Poodle,
yeah, it was all ethical, and we got to see the mom. So yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I think I love that. So this is really important points for anybody looking to perhaps purchase a dog for their child or for their own home or for their family, making sure that it's the right breed, making sure that it's one that you know that you like.
Yeah,
You know, it's like for example, you've got lots of children, it's better to have a little toy dog, perhaps, you know, rather than big dogs, you know, that we have, etc. So I mean, it's whatever they feel. And you also made sure the right breed was there, so you checked for the right breed, you made sure that the parents were good, so you've got a healthy dog as well. So that's also important. I'm sure it was very expensive because you went for, and I understand that this little Milo is one where the fur doesn't come off, right?
Yeah, he's a hypoallergenic dog. Yeah,
because his dad is poodle and mom is Maltese, so like, you know, poodles, they don't shred the hair.
His hair doesn't shed, so
yeah,
which is nice, I guess. When your clothes, I don't have to constantly like lint roll them or anything.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so sweet. But this is for
and some people have allergies, you know, with the dog fur, and with this one, like, you have to not worry about it. There is no allergies or nothing, you know, with this dog.
Oh, that's amazing. So this is, again, sometimes parents say to kids also, or some people are worried at the fact that, oh, if we bring an animal in the house, it's going to cause some kind of allergy in the house. Or second thing is that we fur everywhere, or, you know, the hair everywhere. But here, he doesn't really mold.
No, he doesn't shed at all the hair. So whoever have allergies, for them, this dog is perfect.
Well, it's amazing. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us here.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for giving all those lovely tips as well to all our dog lovers out there, animal lovers. And if you were deciding what pet to perhaps buy, you know, for yourself, whether it's a gerbil, a cat, or a dog, you know, this may maybe swing a little bit on the dog side for you.
We started with the gerbil, in fact.
I worked my way up to the dog.
I find, you know, for mums, especially for all the mums out there, you know, buying little pets for children is a great way to teach them responsibility, to teach them, you know, how to become more responsible individuals. You start off with little things like you have to feed it at this time and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, they get a chance to care. So it brings out the compassion side of them as well. So I think this is something that a lot of parents may think, you know, you may want to consider, especially moms, that it may be worth.
I know, because I did be late in that. Like, Shivani was every birthday, only thing she asked is the dog. And I was thinking it's a bit responsibility. No, I have to take care and it's not easy. I have kids. But I think I should have done that earlier. It will be really nice, you know, in the house, like, you know, they just grow up with the dog. And it'd be so lovely. You know, I done it late, but now I'm regretting. I should have done that earlier on.
Because that's a really good point for all the mums out there who are thinking, you know, no, I'm thinking about it, but I just go and do this. And it's good as long as you're going to be responsible, look after the dog. It's like a little child that you're looking after. But at the same time, you know, it's got so many benefits, like we spoke about, the therapeutic benefits, the fitness benefits. Nowadays, with all the obese people out there, this is a fantastic way to keep them all fit as well. So Tina Ji and our lovely Shivani, again, once again, a happy engagement to you. You've got a very handsome partner, and both of you make a gorgeous couple. So we wish you the best of luck for your future, and of course, blessings from all of us for your lovely future and your new chapter in your new life. So, and of course, from the mummy point of view, Kinaji, I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining and supporting your kids in such a beautiful way. And also, you know, that lovely smile of yours, you know, that I'm sure that Milo would just love running around you, just positive smile of yours. With that, I just want to say global namaste to both of you. Enjoy your day.
Thanks.
International Women's Day to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, wasn't that amazing? I mean, I thought I really have to share this with everyone because dogs are, for animal lovers especially. In India, we talk about looking after a cow because cows are meant to be very sacred. But in other parts of the world, there are many, many dogs that could be even in shelter homes, in dog shelters. They don't have a home, they have to be put down. So sometimes if you didn't want to go and buy a dog somewhere else, you could be thinking about maybe going to a dog shelter and finding a dog that you connect with and bringing them back home, giving them a home as well, give them some training, and at the same time, make them part of your family. So with that, I just wanted to say, let's move on to our next guest. Now, we have many, many guests who are lined up today who are going to be talking about many, many different areas that could help to enhance our lives and at the same time help to develop us in many levels, whether it's spiritually, could be materially, it could be physically, or it could be even emotionally or mentally. It's transformation on all levels. So I have a lovely, lovely guest called Francois, who's just going to join us right now. And she's going to be talking about how important it is to work to make a difference in people's lives. And she runs a really great charitable initiative called A Kind Winter Program. So I just wanted to first of all say a global namaste to Francois. Thank you so much for joining us today. A good afternoon to you. If you're in the UK, and if you're in any other parts of the world, then I think you have to unmute yourself, and it's the lovely little button at the bottom. It should be on the left side, and it should say mute. So if you click on that, you should be able to. So whilst we're waiting for Francois to sort out the mute button, I just wanted to share. Of course, many of you who have tuned in previously know that I'm a Rotary member. At the same time, Rotary is one of those organizations that normally gets involved in lots and lots of humanitarian projects. It works on many different levels, but one of these areas is, of course, helping the community. So Francois and, of course, her team of other Rotarians have come together with a fantastic goal. And that goal is to help people who are at the moment sleeping rough and sleeping cold, especially if you can think about us living in your home and there's no heating. Can you imagine how it feels, how cold it is in the house? Well, these unfortunate people who don't have a home, they're sleeping rough outside, and sometimes they don't even have blankets, they don't have anywhere to sleep, they don't have warm clothing. So Francois thought, well, why not do something about these people and help them? So Francois, I think you still got the unmute that you need to unmute at the bottom. Yes, got it. Hello.
Okay, hello. Sorry, it was blocked for a while. Well, thank you very much, Honey, for inviting me for this this chat. I love hearing the talk about the dogs. And actually, I love to link up with what we're doing because a lot of the homeless people have dogs with them, which are essential for all the reasons that were mentioned in terms of like warmth, love, companionship, but also safety. So when, and in fact, in a homeless day center where I volunteer, we have dog food to give because they are really important. It's not just the person you give food to, it's also their dog.
Wow, this is amazing. Francois, I just wanted to first of all say it was a pleasure meeting you because I attended one of your meetings where I was so kindly invited and was very inspired by the discussions taking place about the plans and of course how the project is developing. Of course, I'm there to support the project as well because I'd love to be there to support such a fantastic initiative. But you are doing some great work with your wonderful co-founder, I believe, Gabrielle.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, tell me a little bit about your background, because I know that we ended up meeting in a beautiful boathouse on the River Thames, and we had our meeting there. So there's you're very different to what I would have expected. I know your background is law, But can you tell us a little bit about yourself so that our audience gets a chance to understand who our Francoise is?
So I was born in South Pacific in New Caledonia, which is a leftover of the French Empire. The French Empire wasn't as big as the British Empire, but these are what's left. And it's still a half independent island. It's got an intermediary status. And actually, I'm partly Indian, partly Vietnamese, partly French. I'm a good mix of this. So that's and I came to France to study. I then studied in Holland, in Germany. I'm an international lawyer, did European law, and then an MBA. Married an Englishman. Was basically imported to the UK and worked for 12 years in management consulting. At the time, doing lots of merger and acquisitions between companies, and because I was working all over the world, really, I just couldn't take it. It couldn't go on with two young babies. So I then stopped and I went on a different type of career, which is part-time, where I had non-executive directorships in a number of public institutions in the UK. So health service, housing associations, urban development, etc. Quite a lot of different areas, which I actually loved because it was kind of a super tourist trip for me in the UK, just learning how things work, you know. And I must say something that is a compliment to this country. For me, at the time, 40 years ago, well, that was then 30 years ago then when I actually did that public body trail, if you want, there was never a question of being a foreigner. It was never a problem. And I had quite a thick French accent, but it was never an issue. And I was on the board of very large organizations. And I'm afraid now we've gone a bit backwards on that. So,
but actually, we're in the most, multicultural country, I believe, in the world. Really, we're so diverse and also very open. Very welcoming to
exactly
cultures and accepting as well, which is a really good thing here in Britain and UK.
So, for me as a French person arriving here 40 years ago, I was amazed to see people with dark skin who had good jobs. It just didn't exist in France. Simple. It did not exist. So it was a complete, and still now, France is much more racist than the UK. So I'm complaining a bit about Brexit and all that, but actually it's still a very positive, outlook here. Yeah, so I just wanted to go, this is just a little apart. So on the,
from all these things with your lovely background that we have, which is great because, we can see that you've got a business background, you've got a professional background, you've got a legal background, yet your heart is in the right place because you really want to make a difference in people's lives as well at the same time. You are a Rotarian as well, and you're working now on this wonderful project called the Kind Winter Program. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well, please?
So what happened is that I've been volunteering at my local homeless day center, which is the Methodist Church Day Center, just around the corner where I live. And one of the many jobs I was doing for them is basically sorting through donations that people drop on the doorstep. We might all do this, and I used to do this, and now I've stopped, and I tell you why. Because it was a huge amount of work. We were two persons doing this. It took a lot of space because you have to store all this somewhere. And in the end, there was very little we could use for the very specific needs that homeless people have. Somebody who sleeps outside does not need a smart jacket, a smart shirt, or a pretty dress. They need very warm clothes, very practical, waterproof sleeping bags. So last winter, it was February last winter, I don't know if you remember, it was -10 in London.
Yes, it was a very cold winter. It was a very hot summer as well, but it was a very cold winter as well.
So I was front of house at the Methodist Church. I had young men coming to us with just a lightweight jacket or pair of jeans. The skin was red and cracked from the cold. This is how bad it was. And I had nothing to give them. Just nothing.
Oh dear.
Our cupboards were empty. And so I thought there must be a more efficient way to get the right sort of equipment in the right number to these people. And so it just happened that in the past, so I'm a mountaineer, I'm a climber, and I was also founder of a mountain festival, and I worked with 23 outdoor brands. So I've got that knowledge of outdoor brands. And, I'm a Rotarian. I've always done pro bono work all my life. I have this business and background, I've had several businesses. So I kind of thought, okay, let's pull all this together and let's set up a system to supply these items at the right price to the right place. The other thing that happens also is that the homeless charities are very fragmented. There are lots of them doing good work, but it's very fragmented. Everybody does a little bit. It doesn't seem to be like a coordination of them. There is a little bit of coordination happening on the food supply, which I worked on with my local center. But on the equipment supply, like sleeping bags, it doesn't. Everybody does its little bits. But what can you do if you're one center? You're not going to order 50 sleeping bags. You go nowhere. We have to order 1,000 or hundreds, and then you get a good price.
Yes.
And so when we met Honey, we'd been trying various things, and this is a bit iterative. So when people ask me for business plan, I laugh because business plan don't work. You just try things and then pivot when you see what works, what doesn't work. So my first idea was, so we got a team to work together in the Rotary Club, at the Mayfair Rotary, and then we expanded in several clubs, as you know. Then the first idea was to say, well, let's call all these companies and ask them for end-of-line items, things that don't sell. We got nowhere. It wasn't a good strategy. We'd phone 50 companies or whatever, got nowhere. But we got money. And I thought, oh, well, okay, if we get money, let's take it and let's buy. With that money, we buy the right sort of thing. And the other interesting thing is that the director of the centers we're working with, several told us, do not give us money, give us the right things, because that goes 100% to the homeless. If you give us money, it will be taken partly as overheads.
Right. Very good. Yes, very good point.
Which is not, they're not dishonest, so they're not bad organizations, but that there is this structural issue that there are overheads. So this is why what we're doing now is fundraising to buy the right things in the right numbers. So we started doing this, and because we started quite late in November, we were really doing emergency shopping, so buying from big retailers like Decathlon and Mountain Warehouse on a kind of business to business and B2B. So we had still a discount, but it wasn't a great discount, And we realized it was very hard for us to go on Alibaba, go to China and Vietnam, where these things are coming from, because we just don't have the connections and the technical knowledge to specify all the things you've got to specify when you want a specific product. And if we go on Alibaba, we don't know what we're getting. It's going to take several months, whatever. So this week we confirmed a really nice joint venture with Mountain Warehouse. So a bit of a plug for them because they're good guys, whereby they will basically lend us their professional procurement people to buy at the right price, for next winter. So that's fantastic for us. That's just gives us.
Yeah.
And we've decided to concentrate on sleeping bags. This is because this is the most precious item for all the centers we talk to. This is the kind of thing, nobody's got spare sleeping bags to give, So it's normal. Households don't have that. You don't have 10 sleeping bags at home, so that they don't get sleeping bags. And it's expensive to buy. It's 40 to 50 pounds for a good winter sleeping bags, So we get them for £10, if we buy them bulk from Asia.
That's fantastic. Yes.
So that's a really good development for us.
So currently, behind the project, it's not just about having a vision to go and support these homeless people. It's also the engineer the engine that goes behind it, the operational side. Bringing in the people, negotiating deals, helping to get the best for the donations. that are being sent across to make sure, you know, that instead of paying £50, you're paying maybe £10, £15 for the same thing. So there are many things that you're doing in the background as well, isn't it? So to do a project like this, it's not just about, oh, collect the money, buy the things, and here you go. Yes, please carry on. Yes.
There's also some very interesting developments. So we're fundraising, and I'll ask you to share the website. But our main drive is to fundraise through corporates, because, you know, I think they've got deep pockets there. So we're doing this at the moment. So we're going to present to particularly to ESG officers in companies. So if any of you in the group here have, you know, worked for a large company and you have a mission statement somewhere that says we have to do social impact work, please introduce us. That's gold. Because for me to go out, knock on the door, trying to find who is the ESG officer in the company, it's just so hard. But to get a recommendation.
Did you say ISG? What was that? Sorry,
ESG. So environmental, social, I can't remember what the G is about anymore, but you know, it's like...
just clarify to everybody, just in case. So if they have, and I just wanted to just, whilst we're there, just pause there to just tell all our wonderful viewers out there, whether you're in the UK or whether you're outside the UK, you can still support such good causes. And donations can come from anywhere. So that if you can support this, I just wanted to share perhaps a website whilst we're chatting away here. And it's such a cute little, I love the little fox there. Is this the right website that we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Yes. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah. So I mean, I just thought that, look at this. I can't believe this many people are sleeping rough at the moment. Every night, 10,000 people in the whole of just London, we're talking about, not even the whole of UK. And here's all the information if you'd like to find out. There's also, of course, how you can help. So you can go in there if you wish to at least just donate a warm jacket or a sleeping bag or whatever it is. You can go and make a little donation here as well. And everything's there. So many companies and organizations are coming together for this particular project. You have the churches, you have the Salvation Army, you have St. Mungo's, which I haven't heard of, but from my side. But you've got lots and lots of different organizations that are coming together. And being a Rotary member myself, I know that you have various different Rotary organizations coming together. So if you are a Rotary club somewhere along anywhere and you want to support, you can still come on board and partner up. Here comes the various different partners that are there. And of course, if you want to send in a message, here it is. There's a contact details there for you. It's called Kind Winter. And the fox was a very interesting little logo there, Francois. And what was the reason behind the fox?
So we were 5 people at the start, sort of working on that, and everybody's got their little input, So I started the whole thing, but I had a lot of input from other people. So the fox came from Gabriele, the co-founder. He was the co-proposer on the form for the Rotary Club when we proposed it, and we thought, oh yeah, it's okay, that's cute. This kind of shows being warm, being kind, being nice. And Kind Winter came from our Russian member who found the name, and we liked it. So we said, okay, let's go for that. So you see, everybody has got an input in that.
So you've got like a team of people all coming together. This is the important part I think I'd like to share with the world as well. This is what I love about women. Women are one of those people that are so, they're very inclusive, I find, very inclusive, very nurturing, very encouraging. And the way you've been working, Francois, with the way you put this project together, you've been, I've met you as well, and we've had a good discussion about this as well, but your encouraging attitude and just inspiring attitude as well. And at the same time, professional attitude, all that combined together makes it such a powerful combination to make things work.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's interesting what you mentioned. Do you remember the Russian girl who was there, Valentina?
Yes.
And she basically couldn't say a word because our other guy was just speaking so much over her head. But, one very big pleasure for me was when I almost forced her to present it at one of the meetings, because I couldn't be there. So I said, you be there, you'll do it. and she was very hesitant and so on. But this is so important for her to build her confidence. To be able to present in a friendly environment like the Rotary Club, nobody's going to boo her or whatever. But take ownership of it. And I thought that's really, if I can help her, or if we can all help each other to grow, that's a really positive outcome, not just for the homeless, but also members of the team who join in.
Yes, I wanted to share that with the audience because that's really good to highlight to everybody around, whether you're an organization, it's not just about, oh, let's go and make a difference to people's lives. Whilst the focus is helping other people, you don't realize what benefits yourself are getting as well. The inner joy that you get, the growth, the confidence, the new friends that you make, just the fact that, that the feel-good factor, which is great for your chemicals that get released in your body, which helps you to want to do more of good things in life, So there are so many plus points there. So I would say to everyone out there that if you're ever thinking about, it's not about, oh, why would I have time to help others? Actually, when you're putting a little bit of time and effort to support other people, there are so many benefits that we will gain ourselves as well. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. So
I agree with you, honey, and I think you probably know more than I do on the psychology of this. I can't really analyze it, but for me, I certainly feel it has a huge boost to my mood, and I don't know how to explain it, but it's just...
Yes, and is that lovely, that kindness? Actually, Healing Our Earth is full of people who want to make this world a better place. So I just wanted to also say again to all our audience members out there, if this is something that you can help with, if it's something you can get involved in, and if you would like to find out more, perhaps, you could just go and visit Kind Winter here. It's just kindwinter.com. You can read a little bit more about the kind of work that's being done. And, nobody needs to sleep rough at this day and age in a place like London. We're such a forward-thinking country, technologically advanced country. So good. We should, on humanitarian grounds, be thinking about others as well along the way. So, which is great. So, Francois, I just want to say, so any final messages before we move on to our next guest? Was there anything that you'd like to share with the world?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'd like to link it again to your lovely guest about the dog. I thought it was so refreshing. Well, it's so, like they said, they go with the dogs and they talk to people. Well, it's the same with the homeless. Don't ignore them. Even if you don't have any coins, any money for them or anything, just smile to them, say hello, and that's it. You don't have to spend 3 hours deep talk, just acknowledge them.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to be inviting a few panel guests to come and join us. And maybe if they have any questions, I'm going to ask Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. And I believe that we also have Mala Naika, who's joining us here. I'd like them to perhaps just join us if they can. And I believe we also have Lata, who's also very good when it comes to asking us questions. I'm going to join. Yeah. Hello, Lata ji. Hi, Dr. Lakshmi ji. How are you? Global Namaste from Healing Our Earth. I think you're both on mute. Just need to unmute. Everybody seems to keep that mute on for some reason. Oh, do I have any? Lakshmi ji, I need you to unmute yourself. And so whilst we're, Lataji, you need to also unmute yourself. Whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to add Mala here as well. Let's see if we can get Mala on board. Hi, Mala, how are you? Global Namaste to you. Can you unmute yourself as well, please?
Go. It's come on. Thank you.
Hello. So whilst we're waiting for Dr. Lakshmi ji and Lata ji, first of all, welcome Mala to our Healing Our Earth and to our special program, which is to do with celebrating International Women's Day. And we have some amazing, inspiring women leaders like Francois, who's joining us today to share about these wonderful projects they're working on, or share some of their tips, advice, etc. Mala, is there a question that you'd like to ask Francois while you're here? Because I'd love to, you must have heard about the Kind Winter program that she's just shared about. So would you like to ask any questions or any comments?
I think, firstly, fantastic work. You're on the front line. I do similar works like yourself. And you mentioned about charities working independently, and when you need more help in terms of getting products and things like that. Now, I've been there myself. What you need to do is actually, I know it's hard work. You need to get involved more in those networking meetings and raise it with your councils, and go to suppliers, because I work with national suppliers as well. During the pandemic.
So tell a bit about your background so that Francois understands that charity work that you do as well. So maybe there could be some ideas that we could exchange while we're here.
Absolutely. Well, my background, basically, I worked in transport, logistics, training engineers, and then I had a passion for reducing food waste over the years. It was a hobby and passion to go the extra mile to get reduce food waste and get that out to community centers to cook that and get nutritious foods to people in need. And I'd cook and get people off the streets and get them meals and get them jobs out of that where they could cook, help me, and we got funded. It just expanded into broader projects where I worked with national and international retailers, and it opened the doors. And then the pandemic came aboard, and then I had the similar situation where we had homeless people that needed to get, like, to be a lot, had needed proper homes actually during the pandemic. So the local councils got everybody into hotels and B&Bs. And I networked with so many other international organizations, companies, and we actually got like 30 to 100 sleeping bags. I think those foil bags. And it's important to link up. One thing leads to another, what you need to do is link up with other organizations and national retailers, build that link, and then they'll give you more. I mean, for example, I needed more bread. Bread was expensive. People couldn't access it to go to shops to buy bread. I made contact with a Hovis, and they just said, right, 1,000 bread. If you want 2,000, there you go. It's a fresh bread.
I think this is something Francois has already done. So we've already, so I think you missed that bit when you joined us. She's already done this. They've already got amazing, it was, £50 sleeping bags for £10 each and things like that. So she's been absolutely very proactive in this. Her background is law anyway, so she's got a good legal background, and she's worked in many professional organizations before as an executive director. So, or non-executive director as well. So is there any question from your side, because you come from the food background where you're also helping to get people off the streets, to give them warm food, and because Francois' background is to get them off the streets, to try to give them some warm winter clothes, is there anything that you think that could tie up, or anything you could do to support each other, or so, or pass on, people that you meet who are homeless, to pass on that, look, we need to support these homeless people who sleep?
I think we can. I'd like to. When you were telling us about your organization, I thought, I'd like to get involved and link up and share my knowledge, learn from you as well, but also share my links with you, because I am very focused on reducing poverty and not nursing it, and getting people employed and getting them into jobs. And I've prototyped it and it works. So I think we could do something together and network with each other, probably, collaborate and share some ideas and links as well.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I'd love to.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'd love to. Thank you very much for your input. I suppose we can connect by Honey. She can make the connection.
Yeah.
And maybe we can, from Healing Our Earth, I'll just connect you both together so you guys can move forward. And I think that there could be a lot of really good work. And when you have two organizations that are very powerful, doing really great work for the communities, that when they come together, maybe it can accelerate, the work as well. So which is really fantastic. And everybody focused on helping, in a particular direction. So I think that's really great. We also have Dr. Lakshmi Vyasji here. Lakshmi ji, a global namaste to you as well.
Global namaste.
Thank you for joining us. Now, you being a president of the European Hindu Organization, you must be working with so many communities around the world, actually, to support many good causes. What are your thoughts here? Is there anything that you would like to share or ask, or etc.?
Yes. being in Europe and working with the European government, things are not so pleasant now because of the earthquake. More than 45,000 people have died in this earthquake, and there are so many who are, as Francois said, they do not have blanket, they do not have food, they don't have a place to sleep. So these are some of the very, very sad situation that's going on. So from Hungary, the Hare Krishna temple from Hungary, which is a part of the Hindu Forum of Europe, they had gone and given a lot of blankets and food to these people in Kurdish area. The Kurdish area, which is more devastated rather than Turkey. And I mean, we are only praying for all of them to be safe and get better and better. So on this Saturday, we have organized an event for a prayer event for the devastated people in Turkey, Syria, and Kurd. And also, I had gone for another program 2 weeks ago in Vatican City, where there was an intercultural meeting. Maybe I would have told you before, intercultural meeting where I had met all these people from different parts of the world. It was all women, and wonderful women from all the way from China to Indonesia, then Central Asia, and up to the the American, Argentina, and all the different places of the world they had come. We were 75 of them, and all of us are in touch with each other on WhatsApp, and we are all praying and talking to these people who are still going through very much difficulties in Kurd. So these are.
Yeah, I know you're doing amazing work, Dr. Lakshmiji, especially you working more on Europe front, because you're the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe, actually. so which is brilliant, because you have lots of organizations you work with, lots of good work that you do. This one is a London-based project, which is, starting off with London at the moment, and the Kind Winter Project, just to start helping here. Is there any organizations that could support such a program, so that we could, whether it's to even raise awareness, maybe it could be, or it could be through raising donations, or it could be donating sleeping bags, whatever it is. Do you think that's something that we could support Francois with?
Definitely. In whichever way, in humble way we can do, we will help out.
Oh, that's wonderful, because I know that you work, there's so many. I mean, I have to say, Francois, Lakshmiji is one of the most amazing ladies that I know. The amount of work she does, whether it's voluntary, whether it's community-based, it's charity things, anything that you do, multicultural work, multi-faith work. She has connections with so many different organizations, bringing them together, focus towards one initiative, and then pull the resources together to make things happen. So she's really good like that. So maybe even a couple of tips or a couple of introductions to anybody that you think could support us. That would be fantastic here, really. Thank you, Lakshmiji. Thank you very much. And congratulations for the really great work that you're doing as well with Syria and Turkey, etc. Well done. Very proud of you as always. So with that, our dear, wonderful, and we've got one last question here. Lataji, would you like to ask a particular question to Francois, maybe more to do with a Kind Winter program, please?
Yeah. Basically, I was, hi, Francois.
Hello.
Happy that you've introduced us to this wonderful project, honey, because you always bring us awareness to programs that are, completely oblivious to. So thank you. What I was concerned with about the mental health and the physical health of these guys, how they need to get to the bathrooms and, and not be able to feel safe leaving their belongings while they walk to the nearest wherever they have to go for the day or wherever. How do they cope with their mental state and their physical health, you know.
A very good question, Lataji. Very nice question. Francois, you were very concerned about this area as well, weren't you? If you'd like to share what kind of issues you are having to deal with and what you're doing at the moment.
Yeah.
So anybody who has to sleep outside like this has got both mental and physical health immediately affected. So I was talking with the director of the Methodist Homeless Day Center last week, and he said to me that in 1 month, they see the change in a person in terms of mental health from the day they start being out there. 1 month. And this is without all the most homeless people have got respiratory problem and skin problems.
Oh God.
Yeah. So yes, indeed, it's a huge issue.
And
just
bathing in towels and all that sort of stuff, you know. We overlook this stuff when we're just walking past, but it's amazing, you know, all the things that are interrelated.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, maybe, you know, honey, you could connect me as well to Francois and see how we can work together.
Absolutely, that would be lovely. So Francois, lots of wonderful people, all happy and such a very big, generous-hearted people who are always there to support, even whether it's putting a good word in or introducing to the right people, or, you know, just supporting in some way or shape or form. So thank you, Lataji, as always, for being such a lovely, kind person as it is. And just like Lakshmi ji, very proud of having you as part of our Healing Our Earth, team. And thank you for joining us. And very good point that you shared. It's a very important thing there, Francois, because the sanitation part, we take it all for granted that everybody has to go for a shower, they have to go to use the bathroom, they need to, sanitation required, and also not being very clean can also lead to other infections and all sorts of things. There are so many knock-on effects that people can get. So I think what you're doing is amazing, that the first step is to get them nice and warm. Once they're into the system, you can maybe pass good food to them, maybe pass on, like Marla had mentioned, perhaps try to get them onto a job of some sort or help them get involved somewhere. So they've got a community that they can start connecting with. So I think I see the Kind Winter Project is, once you've given that, maybe having 2-3 organizations ready so you can pass them on to the next organization to help move that person's life forward in a particular direction. So
if I could just mention as well a helpful tip here, if I could just quickly squeeze it in, is that I think in Europe they've got this corner where they hang up coats that people don't want anymore. It's a kind winter thing, corner where they hang up their unwanted winter items. Either they've gone too small or too big, or they've got extra. So that is also nice to bring that idea into London or, to our city. I think that would be useful.
Like a workplace, just to have a corner there saying if you've got
on the street itself, they just got hooks, and then people come and put it up there instead of taking it to a charity.
Oh, right. Okay.
They just hang it up on these hooks and leave it there. And anyone who needs a coat, from the homeless, it could be at this homeless shelter center, but then take them there and then just hang them up, whoever wants.
That's a great idea. Thank you for that, Lataji. Thank you very much for sharing that. So with that, I'm coming to the end of the wonderful interview with Francois. Thank you very much for your time. And here you got, maybe you want to share your contact details in the chat box, so all our wonderful supporters can maybe jot down your details as well if you wish. And I can always pass on the details as well to them afterwards as well. So we've got it both sides. So everyone, thank you very much for joining. You were listening to Francois from the Kind Winter Project. who I believe is absolutely an amazing lady. I think that she's doing a really grand job. I want to show you one more time the actual Kind Winter, if you can see this right now. If you wanted to find out more about the Kind Winter program, then it's kindwinter.com, and it's an amazing, amazing project to be involved in. So with that, I don't know why I can see you guys all in little corners everywhere. Can you see me, by the way, everyone? Yes, okay, for some reason I can't see you. Okay, right. So Mala, the last question I would like to ask is Neetaji. Neetaji was here as well, and I haven't had a chance to speak to her. So before I close up, I don't see any more of my USA friends who are joining us. But if we are, then please do come forward. Otherwise, I'd love to ask Neetaji to please come forward. And if she can just share her, because coming from a religious background, I would love to find out what she has to say about such work that's being carried out here. So Neetaji, if you can hear me right now, if you could turn on your video, that'd be great. And I can see if I can get you on board here. No. Okay, I cannot see them. So if Nishit is there, if you could bring Neetaji forward, that'd be great. For some reason, I pressed something and I can't seem to get back on there.
There she is.
Ah, there she is. Yes. So I can't. Okay, so here you go. Ah, that's much better. There you go. Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Nishit Ji. What would we do without our wonderful specialist in the background there, our technical director? Thank you. Right, Neetaji, hello. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Hani Ji.
I haven't had a chance to hear. I saw you smiling away in the corner there. I thought, you know what? I would like to finish off today by finding out it's an International Women's Day. What an amazing program we've had with some amazing women who've all come and joined us, talking about different elements of what they've been involved in this world, helping to inspire the rest of us that, look, there could be so many things we could be involved in. What are your thoughts, maybe on a spiritual front? Is there something that you may want to finish off with, any messages you want to share with the world?
We have in our, in the faith that I believe in, Hinduism, and being a Hindu chaplain, so we have always got a female consort with the male god, like, Lakshmi Narayan. Lakshmiji's name is there. So always a female deity's name is taken first, Radha Krishna, Uma Mahesh. So that's a very good example of female leadership in Hinduism. And in ancient times, when the Vedas were written, the exponents of Vedas were female scientists, astrologers, astronomers, who either were married to rishis, so they were rishikas, or they were unmarried and they were called Brahmavadanis. Brahma is ultimate truth. Vadanis means who speak that. So they used to go in huge arguments with the rishis before their divine revelations were inscribed in the Vedas. So,
right. So what do you mean? Like the women were not allowed, you mean, because of that? Why would there be problems? Why would there be issues?
So it was like, Yagnavalkya and Gargi, they discussed a lot, for example, before they come to a conclusion what should go in the Vedas.
Right, got it. Yes, okay, right.
That way, it is a part and parcel of Hinduism that female superiority is or equal to female Ardhanarishwar, as we have in, we recently had Shivratri. So
that's a really good point. I just wanted to share that with the audience members, just to highlight that part that you just said, which is so beautiful, because in the Hindu religion and Hindu faith, they always speak and they always believe that the Shakti, which is the energy, is a female energy that runs the universe. And whenever we talk about gods or demigods or so, or spiritual masters, etc., especially the divine gods that we talk about, there's always the female is always respected, and is also the name is always said first. So it's not said as George and Karen. It would be called Karen George. So, you know, so it'll be Karen first and then George. So meaning that they give that much respect to women. Being part of the International Women's Day at the moment, it's good to appreciate that in the Hindu faith, this is the kind of respect that was given to all the women and the women power that we talk about. Yes, please carry.
Thank you so much for elaborating that, Haniji. So that is forgotten because in the middle, Middle Ages, when two social reformer, one was Mirabai in the 16th century and 12th century was Akkabai from the south, they really tried to break the barriers because things changed because of the rulers at that time or whatever the reasons were, and female roles were not that important that in the society. They took a subdued role, and that's when Mirabai came into picture, and she was social reformer. She was very open about her worship to Lord Krishna, and she would go with all the sages. Even though she was a queen, she left everything because
so how would that information, like for example, nowadays women talk about women power, and they're asking. So for me, I always believe the women do not have to fight for, we want equal rights, because I already believe I'm equal. I don't have that concept in my head. People's behavior may be different, but my feeling and my understanding is that we are definitely equal because God makes us all equal, and that's what we say. How do we bring this information into our everyday life for people to appreciate and understand that particular concept?
Yeah, very, very, very important question. And I think it's happening subtly. If you see the mission on Mars, there was a probe on Mars sent by the Indian Space Research Organization. And you will be surprised that the 12 main engineers or the directors within the ISRO organization who were instrumental in making that a success at the first attempt were women engineers wearing simple saris, hardly any makeup on their face, doing a bindi like yourself, and coming to work. No one would know, so unassuming. So that tradition has passed on, and it is imbibed within the culture. It's knowing about this kind of people who are common women and how they have excelled. And one of the ladies from there, she's going to now, she's heading the project of indigenous project of putting first Indian into space, because Rakesh Sharma was there many years ago in 1984, but it was a joint mission with Russia. When
this is our own solo mission, from India. Just one thing I wanted to share as well with the women part that you just spoke about. You said that there were just simple people with saris on and a bindi, but they were all the engineers that were behind the scene, creating this wonderful program, for us to travel to Mars. But do you not think there's a stereotyping going on now? Because actually you will find there are women who are so brilliant in every field. You will find great doctors, surgeons, beauticians, hairdressers, fashion people, priests like yourself, So there are people in all business people, like we saw Francois, we saw, our dear Lakshmiji, who's the president of a Hindu forum, that like running so many organizations, bringing people together in a positive. So many people who are women who are in such great positions, who do such great work for the communities and for the world. Do you not think it's about time for people to now just see that everybody is equal? Why are we still living in this world where there's people fighting for women's rights and this and that? Should that still be the case in this day and age?
Yeah, absolutely. We should. My daughter says, she's 23 years old, and she says gender is a social construct that's put into us when we are a child, ever since we are growing up, that you are a boy, you are a girl. And in the West, it is even more obvious, because pinks and blues, We never had that in India. You know, children used to wear it every different colors. So here you are also genderized as soon as you're born. So
even the colors you wear, you know, that is pink is this, blue is that, right? Yes, understand.
you know, the girls won't like to wear blue because they identify themselves with the pink color. So
Yeah.
so gender
Yes.
balance is, you know, United Nations 2030 goals. One of that, not one, but several of that is focusing on gender balance, gender parity. And that reminds me, there is every year at United Nations New York headquarters, they have an event which is called Commission for the Status of Women. And this year it will be 67th conference at the headquarters in New York. And in a parallel event, I've been speaking there for the last 2 years. That's part of another charity. I wear another hat.
Yeah, that's brilliant work.
And this year as well, you know, there will be an opportunity to speak in the parallel event. And our topic is empowering women and girls to shape the digital age. And this is towards UN 2030 sustainability goals, which is towards gender parity.
That's brilliant. That's fantastic work. And also for you to go out there and also share your lovely knowledge and inspiring people as well. So congratulations to you, Mitaji. Very proud to see that. And also that the wisdom that you're sharing with the world, you know, that's also very, very important. So well done for that. So with that, is there any perhaps last messages that you'd like to share for International Women's Day? Is there anything that you'd like to share with the world?
I would like to say that don't have a self-created barrier that you are a woman. So wherever there is kind of glass ceiling and you can't go beyond that glass ceiling, shatter it and be within the company of both good men and women. Because some women will be patriarchal and they will still have in their head that man should be, kind of better than us, and they undermine their own potential rather than have a balance. And both are required, like yin and yang, as you said, Ardhanareshwar, both are required like two wheels. In Baha'i religion, they have this analogy about two wings of a bird or two wheels of a vehicle, that both are needed in
very nice. Yes.
So you to believe in yourself. And one shlok I would like to say is about female worship from Shaktism in Hinduism is Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shakti Rupena Samstita Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha. So the Devi, or the universal feminine energy which resides in every sentient being, whether male, female, or animals, I'm bowing down to that powerful inner strength in all the beings. So
yeah, that is so nice, isn't it? It's like you're bowing down, but actually whatever you do as an action is what you're feeling within you. So actually when you're bowing down to somebody and giving respect to them, and you're actually giving respect back to you, because it's what you would be like. If I was a kind person, I'll go and do kind things for others, and I'll appreciate kind things about other people. But if it's whatever's in you is what you can appreciate of people outside as well, that you would like, etc. But this thing that you just said, I think it's really important. I feel that whilst we're here with the International Women's Day, I would like to also share a kind of a message to the world and to all the women out there, that I would always say that sometimes other people in our communities try to belittle you and try to take away your power, try to show you that they can do things better than you, not appreciate or respect what your opinions are or judgments are. And from what I was listening to, actually, I was listening to a really beautiful video. It was all to do with the Bible. It was all the teachings in the Bible. And it talked about that if you find people who are belittling you or not respecting you, then they're not the right person for you. You need to have people around you that are going to help to bring you up, to enhance your skills, enhance your knowledge, to believe in you, to be there to support you, but not try to dictate who you are as a person. And if you are somebody that has a particular identity, which means that you may like nature, you may not like nature, you may like this, you may not like that. It doesn't matter, because that's who you are. So people around you need to appreciate that. As long as you're not hurting people, I believe, then it should be people, your true friends will always appreciate you for who you are. Sometimes people will say you should be more organized, but actually creative people may not be so organized. They may be very like la 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 la, you know, for them it's structure isn't so important, but that doesn't make
their thoughts, and they can find their things still.
You know where it is, absolutely. But somebody who's very organized will find that very irritating. And like parents, I'm just sharing this, you may have 3 children and all 3 are different, but don't belittle the person who may be good at something else but not good at what you think they should be good at. Sometimes, you know, it's a personality. So if you bring out the best, the more I believe you bring out, you give appreciation, acknowledgement, and be grateful for good things that the person does, whatever they are, the more that will enhance, and they will do more of that and magnify. The more you try to put people down, say, why do you do this? Why do you do this? Shouldn't do it this way, shouldn't do that. As you do that, that person who's very good at something else will start getting smaller, thinking they're not good enough, you know, somehow. Whereas it's just a personality. So I believe that from around, only if you understand psychology, you'll understand these things, but not everybody has studied that. So, you know, my message to the world, and to, especially to all the women out there, is both ways. Also support the people around you, you know, by giving them good acknowledgement, appreciation, gratefulness, be kind, bring out the good virtues in yourself. When you recognize that you're doing something which doesn't feel so feminine, try to bring out the feminine side of you. You don't need to be so macho, try to compete with other people, be who you are as a person. But at the same time, don't let other people not respect you and not respect your judgments and your opinions. And it's not about fighting with somebody, like there are lots of these arguments going on and debates going on and women's rights, etc. Women have the rights. You should not be fighting. You should be fighting more for your respect and for your equality, in terms of not like I'm not, I am. You need to recognize that. It's the other way around. The other person has to recognize the fact that these people are all equal. That's how I see it. But Mitaji, with that, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your wonderful, kind words, your wisdom, and of course your support every single time with Healing Our Earth. We're so proud to have you there.
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Really appreciate it. And such a wonderful program. And my support will be always there. And wishing a very happy Holi for tomorrow.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Happy Holi to everyone. Forgot to add a bit of color into your life. Absolutely.
An event of Holi Puja, first time ever we got permission to light fire, which will be in a barbecue vessel of 60 centimeters. So it's
oh, you're so good. You always have to bring something, aren't you, dear Mitaji? You're so good. She's always breaking all the rules and making sure something is pioneered every time. So well done, you. You know, keep up the good work.
Attending 300 tickets have been sold out. So
really, where is this being held?
At a university, yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Keep up good work. Well, Mitaji, as of course, she's part of the university as well, and she's a chaplain there, a Hindu chaplain. So keep up the great work and keep transforming lives as always. And give as much of this wisdom to others as well. We love listening to your wonderful wisdom. Thank you for that. And a global namaste.
I think Nishit has got a point he wants to bring.
I was actually going to invite you to come on board to finish off our final, because we've met lots of women today from all different backgrounds. I would love to invite somebody like Nishit ji to come on board. Nishit is, of course, our technical director. Thanks to him that we are able to bring to you these programs, and he is always working in the background, making sure everything's working smoothly. He's super good, super cool, and he's a super kind person. So Nishitji, may I request you to please come and join us, and perhaps we can share a little bit about what do you think about the International Women's Day from a man's point of view.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me to the session for today. What I would say is that as a man watching the show today, I wanted to express my gratitude to all the hosts and the presenters who've done such an amazing job, such an informative and inspiring discussion on women's empowerment. And on this special occasion of celebrating International Women's Day, and of course, the Hindu Festival of Colors, Holi, I just wanted to wish everybody a happy and a colorful celebration. So the insights shared today have highlighted the pivotal role that women play in shaping our society. Also highlighted some of the challenges that they continue to face in achieving equality. However, the examples of successes and empowerment that have been discussed today demonstrate the immense potential that lies within every woman. And as we celebrate this occasion, let's all take a moment to reflect on the contributions of the women in our lives and commit to supporting gender equality and women's empowerment. So together we can create a world where every woman has the opportunity to succeed and reach her full potential. So once again, I'd like to wish everybody else a happy and joyous festival of Holi, and encourage the viewers to catch the replay of this very special live stream on our YouTube page and on our Facebook page at Healing Our Earth. Let's continue to work towards a brighter and more equitable future for everyone.
Oh, you're so amazing, Nishaji. I love that. And always with your words, when you say, it's like, you say less words, just this much, but it has so much deep meaning always, and it has profound meanings behind this whole thing. Thank you, Nishaji. And I also wanted to say to you as well, because you've been very encouraging. You always give out those little wonderful little, just little messages and things like that you share with all the wonderful hosts to keep them motivated, to keep them inspired, to appreciate their work that they're doing, etc. And just
the one message that stood out for me is that from a woman, a king is born.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh gosh, that is really
good. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. And that's true with all these people who are not thinking about women empowerment. Hello, your mommy is.
This is what I wanted to say. Without the men like Nishit and Mr. Neil Kumar and, whoever else, Dr. Gupta, these and Dr. Ish, they're the ones that we need to promote this message of working together with the women to make it a safer world for the women. We've got our rights, but if it's not a safe world, we have to live with men. We have to raise them, and we want to feel safe, not undergo domestic violence and not turn anywhere. So I think, if we can get that message from the men, transmitted to the men, what an impact.
I have seen so many of the ladies on the panel and as hosts today, all capable leaders in their own fields. We've got Dr. Hani Kalaria, who has been a trailblazer for quite some time. We've got Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who shared a story before of how she started off her journey with where she is, and she's making strides in her own way. And every one of the people, the ladies who spoke today, each one of them brings a wealth of experience and knowledge that, there is absolutely no reason why they cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with anybody else.
Absolutely. I love that, Nishiji. And thank you very much for always being such an amazing, amazing angel for all of us. Thank you. So with that, I think we are coming to the end of our wonderful international.
I would like to end with this slok from Manusmriti, what one Manusmriti says about the women. It's very interesting and it's very apt for all of us. So I'll just say that two lines. Father, brothers, husbands, brother-in-laws who desire their own good must honor and adorn their women. Devatas are pleased only when women are venerated. And when women are not venerated, all the worship goes futile. A family whose women live in sorrow soon perishes. A family whose women are always happy always prospers. This was given thousands of years ago in Manusmriti. So think about, how women are venerated in Hinduism.
Oh, that's beautiful. Dr. Lakshmiji, what you just shared was really important because how you treat the women in your family, your children will see how you're treating the parents, like your wife or your grandma or whatever it is, or your sister, whatever it is. As the children are growing up, they're learning by watching, you see. So if you're giving lots of respect to your wife and really treating them, as a lovely Devi, as a queen, as they say. I also like when we go to Hare Rama, Hare Krishna temples, and they call you Mataji, They say Namaste Mataji, they call you, which means they see the God in you, they see the divine spirit in you. And I think that's also a very beautiful thing, because as soon as you say that, you feel divine, you want to bring out the best in you. It's only, when you feel taken granted of, and there are many women who do feel like a doormat, or they feel like they're just working away, nobody's giving them any attention, all the hard work they do, nobody's actually noticing, just little kind words here and there to say, like a husband just to say, I really appreciate you making good food today, or oh, you look amazing, or whatever it is, thank you very much for blah blah blah. Just little things like that is all a woman needs, is to feel, yes, I'm loved and I'm cared for, somebody's there.
I do agree with Dr. Lakshmi's words, because it's a case of, many places you'd hear the men saying, do as I say. But the kids don't listen to that. They look at do as I do. If you do things right, they follow that, not do what you say.
Yes, absolutely. I love that as well, because they always say that, isn't it? To be a good role model, be that person, and then you have the right to say to other people, you practice what you preach, as they say. So no need to, and it's true. Little kids are not going to see what you're telling them. They're going to see what you're doing, and they'll learn from that, which is a better thing. Well, wise one, dear Nishit ji, I'm going to call you Guru Nishit from now on. So Lakshmi ji, as well, thank you so much for both of you for your lovely little, always your support, and of course your information that you always share with the world. Thank you for that. So we're now coming to the end, and I just wanted to remind everybody actually to follow us on our wonderful social media, because those of you who are enjoying our programs and it's something that you would like to get more involved in, you may have some special guests that you want to put forward, you may want to volunteer and support us in any way. Well, if that's the case, then I just wanted to say that you can join us and follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. All you have to find is Healing Our Earth, and you will find us in all those different social media platforms. And of course, today I just wanted to finish off by saying thank you to all the ladies, those gorgeous, wonderful, beautiful ladies who've all contributed in their own way, whether it was by their, being panel guests or being contributors or being our special guests, and of course our hosts. Every single one of you, just wanted to say thank you. You make this world very special, and you made this day also a very extra special, the International Women's Day. So with this, I would like to finish off with a lovely, 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 lovely prayer. The prayer is there just to perhaps talk about enlightening each one of us, because wisdom, I believe, is more important than knowledge and intelligence. Say, when you try to find intellectual information, intelligence could be based on just debates and discussions and things, but wisdom is things that you may not have even studied, but you know what's the right thing to do at the right time, the right place, to say the right thing to the person due to the situation that you're in. All that comes through common sense and wisdom. So this one is a prayer to enlighten each one of us. So it's called Om Bhurvuvaswaha. So I'm going to finish off with a lovely little prayer to give love, light, and of course, blessings to every single person who's out there. Om Bhurvuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yona prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Before I say bye, I'm going to see if I can say say goodbye with Milo. Milo. Okay, it's not working. I thought I was very good at training the dogs, but I'm going to work on that next time.
Now, can I ask, are you at Milo's house or is Milo with you in your house?
Yeah, Milo's going to come look at it. He's just looking at me saying, come on, give me some love. So with that, a global namaste to every single